Green.
Oh, it's used.
Disconnected.
Broken in.
Oh, the ensconce it?
Yes.
I think that's on,
On Sage 27.
no.
No, that's
No,
being
no.
reviewed. Okay, yeah, that has to be reviewed, please, hold up.
yeah.
You take a peek.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, I'm actually just old.
How we doing, everybody?
Hi, Stephen. I'm gonna have you call the meeting to order. I just want to get to the recording.
Sure.
Are you ready for that?
I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Find it. Where is it?
Oh, there are no more.
Oh, under more, sorry.
Record to file. There you go.
Did you hear that, Stephen?
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, Kathy. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's Tuesday, June 9th at just after 4 p.m. This meeting is being audio-video recorded. Anything you say or share will be shown on the town's YouTube. Please act accordingly. Let's see, the HDC takes comments from the public at hdcpubliccomments@nantucket-ma.gov. Comments are due by 8 a.m. the Monday prior to the meeting. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Thanks, Angus. On your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
and Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Oh, Val's on Zoom too?
Yeah.
Oh,
We're going to move to election of officers. Before we do, I want to share with you a couple quick thoughts. First of all, my thanks to each of you for the faith you put in my leadership and the work we've accomplished over the last year. That's number one, most importantly. Also important, our next task together is electing a new chair and a vice chair. And I will begin by nominating Ray as chair and Angus as vice chair. Would anyone care to make either other nominations, or should we go to a vote?
So I'd like to nominate Angus as chair.
Okay. And let's see.
and Stephen, this is Ray.
Yeah.
I'm going to comment on that. So I certainly enjoyed my time as chair. I wouldn't mind doing it again with the proviso that I plan on spending a lot more time in my Boston office.
Mhm.
And when I'm there, if I am chair, I would like Angus or whomever doing it locally rather than handling chairing remotely. It's just difficult. I've done it before, and so that's my little proviso to your nomination.
Okay, thank you. So I think the protocol here is we'll go, the initial nomination was Ray and Angus.
I would second that if that helps.
Okay, and second for a vote as opposed to discussion? Just for clarity?
Yeah, I think we're all very familiar with each person's capacity and ability, and each person is very able. But I think there's a little seniority that, works in my mind.
Okay, that's fair enough, but it will, Carrie, I would like to revert back to a second for a vote by the elected members simply because they're all present and they'll be sitting so as to have a proper procedure.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone?
So just Mr. Chair, as a point of order,
Yeah.
remind me, just the regular members are voting on this, is that correct?
Yeah, it'll be all elected members are present, so we wouldn't be.
Okay, got it. All right,
substituting.
thanks.
I mean, we normally don't second unless we have somebody wants to discuss, which is why I asked. So we'll put it to a vote. But
Does somebody need to make a motion?
well, I nominated them, but someone would need to make a motion to elect them, and then we would vote.
Okay. I make a motion to elect Ray as chair when he's able to do it and Angus as vice chair
Okay, let's see, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Well, I was going to nominate Angus, so I'm a nay. But-
okay, thank you. Angus,
Um, well, I'd certainly support Ray. I thought Ray had stepped out for a reason, and so that's why I was jockeying for a position for this. So I'm sorry, you want a yay or a nay?
yes,
Uh,
please.
yeah. I uh, uh, so just a point of order, how does the process go?
In the vote?
If
Wait,
if
wait,
is it
wait,
just a majority vote for Ray, and then if there isn't majority, then it would go to vote for me. Is that how it would go?
Everything is so.
No,
different.
we're voting on a nomination and then a motion. Currently we're voting on
I'm just
a
on
a
election.
motion to elect two persons. One is chair and one is vice chair. If that motion fails, then the floor would be open for other motions.
Another one is proposed. That's like any other thing. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
So on the motion
Okay,
Angus?
so I'll go with an A and see what happens.
and A, okay.
That was a nay, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Ray,
Aye.
Val, you voted, Abby
Yeah.
voted. I guess that leaves me. I'm an aye. All right. With that, I'm handing the reins over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Stephen. So that was effective immediately. I was going to use the B word.
Oh, by the way, just
Can I say to Stephen, thank you
Stephen-
for your chairmanship for the past few years. You've been great.
thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I second that
Thank
for
you.
purposes of discussion, of course. No, I'm kidding. No, Stephen, it was great having you on board.
I-
Okay,
And just
so
so you're aware,
with-
I'm away at class, so I'm zooming in just to make sure we got through that portion.
Yeah, and
I
I
was-
have a commitment, so I have to leave after this too.
if I understand correctly, then Stephen and Val are both leaving,
Yes.
Yeah,
I will-
sorry.
I will actually
Well,
be,
just so
I
I
will
know.
actually be here for a little bit, but I won't be here the whole meeting.
Okay, and Joe is on, right?
Joe and Carrie.
And
are
Carrie.
on
Okay,
both.
all right. So we're going to strike Val. Okay, great. Thank you. Let's see, consent agenda. Is there, let's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Should we do the vice chair?
Hmm?
Should we do the vice chair?
Oh, I thought that was wrapped into the,
Is it?
I
It was.
thought so.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay,
Oh, so.
congratulations, Violet.
to
Yeah.
both of you. And
Well,
thank you,
thanks.
Stephen.
You've got my.
Thank
I
you, Abby.
appreciate your leadership there.
Okay, let's see, consent agenda.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Chair, we have to vote for a CPC rep.
Oh,
That was the
right,
number
yeah,
two
sorry,
number
sorry.
officers.
Oh, boy, I'm falling asleep at the wheel. Let's see, may I have a nomination?
Mr.
Oh, well,
Chair,
first of all, is it, yes.
I just wanted to mention that Connie is your current
Mhm.
CPC member, and I know she's done a great job, and I know she's been learning a lot.
Was that a nomination? Molly?
I have no power, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Connie, are you happy with your position on CPC? And you'd like to continue? I'd like to nominate you for continuing with that.
Okay, let's see. I guess regular board members are voting on this. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Val, if you're still there.
It's not.
She's not. Stephen, if you're still there.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries, right? We don't even need the fifth vote. Okay, congratulations to you. All right, now we're on to consents. If there are no questions, and is there any, Val is gone, she would have needed to recuse. Anyone else? I can sit, so we'll start a rotation. We'll start with Carrie as our alternate. Can I have a motion on consents?
Motion to approve consents.
Very good. Thank you, Angus. On Angus's motion, Abby,
I,
Angus,
Aye.
Harry,
Aye.
Stephen, if you're still there.
Aye.
Very good, and I'm in favor. Consent's done. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Connie wanted to pull, was it 59 Baxter Road you wanted to pull out of consent with conditions?
For commissioner review, please.
59 or 57? Oh, 59, right. There-
59, yeah,
okay.
number 6.
Yep, got it. Okay.
But,
Oh, that's interesting because I think I need to recuse from that one anyway.
but Mr. Chair, Jordan, Elizabeth O'Rourke isn't even in the audience or online to
Right.
represent.
Yeah,
Anyway.
okay. So can I have a motion from someone to remove item number 6 from consent with conditions put onto the regular agenda?
So moved.
Thank you, Angus. On that motion, Abby,
I,
Angus,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I guess we'll go to Joe on this one.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so that was to take item 6 off of consent, put it on regular new business. So all the remaining consent with conditions, this one's going to go back to you, Carrie. Can I have a motion on those?
Are we on signs? Sorry.
No, we're on consent with conditions minus item number 6,
Yeah.
which was pulled.
I'll make that motion.
Very good. Abby, thank you. On your motion, Abby.
I,
Angus.
Aye.
Stephen.
Aye.
Joe.
I have to recuse, actually.
Okay, Carrie.
I'm an aye. Aye.
Very good. Okay, there's our consent with conditions. Now we're on to signs.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
motion to approve the sign committee's recommendation or to adopt.
Very good. Thank you, Stephen. On Stephen's motion, Abby,
I,
Angus.
Aye.
Joe, you don't need to recuse, right?
Correct. I'm an aye.
Okay, and Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. There are our signs. Goodness. Okay, I have to slow down a little bit. So we're on to 240 Pulpus.
It's
I thought it was you. Do they still employ you over there? Okay. Striking out on your own.
Michael,
Okay.
did you want a screen share?
All right, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yep. Kinda.
Perfect. Kinda. How about now?
You're fine.
Okay.
My hearing's not so good.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen if that's okay.
That's fabulous. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we are here tonight talking about this 39-year-old house at 240
Michael?
Pulpus. Yes.
Michael, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I want to establish the board that's going to be
Mhm.
sitting on this first, okay?
Yeah.
Regular members, Abby, Angus, myself, and Stephen, are you still there?
Yeah, I'll be here for quite a few of them.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll stop asking you the question and wait to hear from you. All right. So that's 4 of us, and Carrie, we'll go back to you. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Okay, Michael, continue.
Sure. So we're talking about this existing house at 240 Pulpus. It sits currently about 200 feet off the road behind kind of a heavy treed buffer way into the wetlands. And the proposal here is to pull the house back quite a bit from the wetlands, about 40 feet. It'll still be about 140 feet from the road. And this board has already approved our application for a new pool on the other side of the house and for the new position of the house and some hardscaping. But here we're just talking about the sort of design updates to the house itself, main house only. So on the screen right now is a proposed rendering of the house with some design changes. And I'm going to take you through some of the updates that we've made and why we're proposing to make them. So just to orient you a little bit, I'm going to jump to the proposed site plan. There's a new curb cut, which I know is one of the staff's only concerns about the project, having read the staff comments. Thank you, Holly. Which comes off of Pulpus about 100 feet to the east, sorry, to the west. which gives us kind of a more direct arrival to the house. It'll still be heavily screened and planted, but that is part of the landscape application that'll also be reviewed at Concom. The house itself is currently a natural to weather trim and corner board with gray sashes, and we're proposing as part of this work to make everything painted, gray trim, gray sash. And you'll notice throughout the elevations, there's a series of minor changes. It's almost too many to go through here individually, but the dormers have been changed from gable forward dormers to shed dormers. Many of the windows have been reorganized and reproportioned to just feel better and more appropriate to the house. To Holly's point, this is a sort of two-fronted house. It has a front facing towards Pulpus, although very far back from the street, over 150 feet, and it has a front facing towards the harbor, neither of which we're really fundamentally changing. We've just sort of reorganized windows, reproportioned dormers, and improved the glazing. You will notice that the existing condition of this house are that there are no divided lights, and we are proposing to maintain that condition. So to look at the front and back elevations, which are on your screen right now, largely, again, it's size changes and repositioning of window and door units and the dormer modifications. Looking to the two sides of the house, there are these sort of odd overhangs and crossbar supports, and we've proposed not only to make a couple of window and door modifications to reposition the chimney slightly, but also to add these sort of porch overhang roofs to provide more appropriate entry and just sort of help bring down the side height and scale of the existing building as we go through these updates. So that's really the overview of the main house changes that I have for you. If you have any questions, please let me know. And I will go
Holly,
back to one of the proposed renderings so you can see.
Michael. Oh, all right.
Yep.
As I understand, your concern is the access or the drive changing. Now, should that be part of what we're reviewing right now? Or is that a landscape thing?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think it's pertinent for your review because the existing structure is being relocated and the visual aspect from your purview is changing with that change in the driveway. Also, to Michael's point, he mentioned there's wetlands and it does look like it's getting close to the wetlands. Obviously, that's not the commission's purview, but there's also another layer of that is DPW's approval of that new encroachment of the driveway. Now, I understand that there was a pool and hardscaping approval, which included, unfortunately, the driveway relocation. However, we still don't know whether or not DPW is actually going to approve that driveway relocation due to its proximity to what I always understood as Kennedy Corner, which is very, very dangerous. Again, my concern is what the change in the driveway is to your purview of the architecture itself. I didn't have much concern on the architecture. This is a non-contributing structure, but again, your purview is double-sided. So that driveway relocation definitely plays a role into visibility. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Who would like to begin?
I will.
Great, Carrie.
So I don't have a problem with any of the architecture. The changes seem good. The shed dormers seem great on the front. The one thing is you're moving it closer to the road. You're opening up the driveway. I think at least 2/2 windows would be respecting our work simply because we do not approve 1/1s anymore. Yes, with an existing condition, we do, but you're lifting the entire house and moving it. So it's basically going to read as a new house. And I think that's important to consider. Yeah, this driveway, I'm okay with the new driveway as long as the DPW and all those issues that Holly spoke about. But because of the new driveway, there is more visibility of those windows, and that's what I think would be great. Thanks.
Carrie, thank
Thank
you.
you.
Who's next?
I can go.
Abby.
Because I can go because I agree with Carrie. I think the closer it gets to the road, the more it should conform with our guidelines. I was going to suggest 6/6s, but also I just want to make sure that the driveway is like everything's within not in the wetlands, and I just want to make sure we're not okaying like a swimming pool in the wetlands and, I don't know if this is cart before the horse, but just want to make sure everything is okay to do.
So I believe the landscape plan has been approved, right?
That's correct. And it's also with Conservation Commission for review at this
Okay.
time.
All right, so that box is checked. So Abby, thank you. Let's see, Angus, Stephen,
I'll go.
thanks, Stephen.
I agree with Carrie. And
Okay,
Adam.
okay, thanks, Angus.
I don't want to be redundant, but I agree with Carrie as well. And also Abby about the Muntins. Especially since it's kind of going from a natural, I think, natural to a painted. I think it makes more sense for there to be 6/6, but definitely not a 1/1. Thank you.
What was the last thing you said?
Oh, just the
Definitely not
the
1/1.
windows.
But 6/6 and then 1/1?
Is opposed to 1/, I
Oh.
mean, 0/,
Zero.
1/1.
Well, it would be a 1/1, yeah.
Mhm.
Now, as I understood Carrie, she said 2/2. Isn't
Yeah.
that where the discussion started? Just
Yeah.
to be
At a
clear.
I
minimum,
just wanted to differentiate from what I like what she said about what she said, but
The moving
but I
forward
could go
part.
for the mutton, more muttons.
Okay. Thank you, Angus. So I agree with everyone. I think it's okay. I would consider going from 1/1 to 2/2 being a net improvement on this
Mhm.
house. And it's not going to white trim, it's going to gray trim, which I very much appreciate. And as regards the road, even though that's not really part of this discussion, if the road really can't stay where it is, or you'd be running into the side of the garage, right? Am I reading that properly?
Mhm.
All right. So if the DPW or anyone decides that the road needs to move, presumably it's going to move somewhere in between the proposed drive and the existing drive, like kind of has to. So we're going to wind up at the same spot in terms of visibility of the house. So I think that what's on the table, which is to approve this using 2/2 windows, at least that's where I am, would be fine.
Mr.
Somebody-
Chair,
Yes, Stephen,
I'm going to make a motion, but before I do, I just want to make a quick comment.
sure.
It's in my nature. The Tashma farmhouse was moved from Fair Street. It's an 1870 structure. It was moved to out of town over on Washington Ave in 1870. That structure, just for general information, has 1/1 historical windows. You may know that, and this is what I've heard from our Commissioner Emeritus, John McLaughlin, that the 1/1 windows were very expensive back in the day.
Mhm.
And the 6/6 were much cheaper because they were smaller panes and easier to make. It's interesting now, it's the opposite. But in any event, my motion will be to approve as submitted, subject to 2/2 windows.
Okay, very good. Thank you for the motion. Let's see, Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. There you go. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Yes, thanks. 34 Washington. Got a rep?
Mr. Chair, I don't see anybody online
Hmm.
unless, well, I should probably hang on 1 minute. Oh, someone's raised their hand. Never mind. I spoke too soon. Bob Maderas, are you here to represent 34 Washington Street? Trying to unmute you.
You have-
Bob,
Hello?
are you here to represent 34 Washington
I
Street?
am, this is the Harbor Master Building.
Yes, and
Yeah.
would you like to screen share?
I actually am joined by my colleague, Jonathan Silva.
Okay.
If you could allow him access as well, he will be sharing screen.
Yeah, okay, let me just move him over then.
While they're doing that, I'm going to do the board. So we have Abby, Angus, Stephen. Connie, we haven't done you yet. So you be on this one. And let's see, myself. Okay. Abby, Angus, Stephen, Connie, and myself. That's the board.
It must be a large file because mine is having trouble loading.
Probably.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Stephen.
so just while they're getting ready, I had this on consent review.
Yeah.
And the file was dramatically large, and it was because there's a tremendous amount of information, I think 121 pages of information that isn't relevant to the HTC review. So I believe some of you may recall that we did a preview of the materials, and what I had done is kind of set it up so we could review the prior existing approval and the proposed in sequence as opposed to as they were presented in the application, which was a lot of jumping around. And that was obviously in the interest of time. So I just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, I believe I sent those back to Jonathan and Bob, the PDF, the condensed version that Stephen worked on.
Is it Bob who's screen sharing?
Well, they're both up there. I don't know.
It'll be Jonathan that'll be screen share.
Okay, Jonathan. So can one of you speak to what Stephen just said? Because it would be great to streamline this, see what we already approved, and move from there.
Jonathan, can you jump in here? Jonathan, we can't hear you.
What?
He's not muted.
It may be on his end.
Oh, Jonathan, maybe the voice on your computer isn't, or the recording isn't turned up, or the audio rather isn't turned up on your computer, because we can't hear you. Maybe, yeah, maybe he's having technical difficulties.
He'll get it. He'll get it. He probably has to select the right audio.
No, he just muted himself now.
He just did. He just muted himself.
Okay, now he unmuted. Jonathan, did you get the file that I sent back to you that?
Yes.
Yeah, you did? Okay.
There you
I
go.
thought so. Perfect.
Yeah, I'm looking at
There
it.
we go. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I do have the file.
Perfect. Thank you.
See, are you able to see my screen?
Not yet.
No. How about you folks here? Are you able to? I can see it. You guys?
Yeah, there just isn't any clouding, and in the revisions, there isn't anything on the
No,
COA.
what you have is the red the red one, which is the previous approval, and then the submitted is underneath it.
So it's just back.
The current submission.
Ray, what's the elevation from Washington Street?
Oh, this sound. Yeah, you're right.
So, Jonathan, in the interest of time, are we going to get a narrative from you or what?
Yeah, I'm unsure why it's not allowing me to share my screen, but I can definitely give you an overview.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you again for your time. Jonathan Silva with Upland Architects. We were engaged by the town to take this project that was originally developed by Stephen Kelleher back in 2020 and value engineer this building in order to bring it to an acceptable budget. So we were challenged to try to maintain the existing architecture and the design intent of this building to the best of our ability by trying to find measures to reduce cost. So we primarily looked on the exterior perspective. We primarily looked at how we can simplify a very complex foundation system and bring our first floor level above the base flood elevation, just to minimize us having to have a bathtub effect of having a flood-proof wall around the exterior of the building. By doing that, we're raising the building first floor level higher, but with respect to maintaining the existing overall building height that we had in place back in 2020, we had to reduce the floor-to-floor ceiling heights on the 2 stories. So we worked at doing simplifying this, but also seeing how that would affect the architecture on the building on the outside, and trying to make sure we maintain something that's proportionate to what was originally designed. So, with that, we had to remove any clear story windows or transom windows that we had above some of the doorways. I'm not sure if we want to scroll down to the elevations at this point. So I believe if you skipped down to page 15. So this is our north and south facing exterior elevations. So the biggest change architecturally is because we're raising our first floor level higher than what was originally designed. We had to, instead of extending a winding ramp that we had to get to that first floor level, we removed that ramp and replaced it with a wheelchair lift for public use. By doing that, we wanted to ensure that we had something that was concealed and didn't take away from the architecture of the building. So we implemented this newest piece that wasn't part of that 2020 design, and that's where that Nantucket Harbor Master gable end is on the north exterior elevation at the bottom of the screen. So we have 2 staircases, one on either end, one facing the pier and one facing the street level, with the access to the lift at the middle on that blue door on the ground level. So that is primarily the biggest architectural change. Aside from, we broke up the vertical skirting that we had around the.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Stephen.
Can we please look at the prior and the proposed, just to facilitate review?
Yeah.
I think I'll comment while it's getting prepped, but
Yeah. So Jonathan, that would be super helpful just to give us where we were, what was approved, and what you're putting instead.
Yeah, so if we could flip back a couple of pages, you'll see on page 9 is the original approved elevation.
Okay, got it.
And then the following page 10 is the change that you'll see. So that A-frame is primarily the change, other than raising our first floor level. There's also the 2 other elevations of the building. If you flip to the next page, that is the previous design from 2020 of the street facing side and the pier facing side. And then the following page is the altered version, which primarily has that new overhang over the lift and the staircase.
Mm-hmm. Does everybody get it? Good. All right. Are you all set, Jonathan? Anything else we need to know?
Yeah, that's the changes really on a wholesale level for in terms of the architecture. We are proposing some revisions to the material palette that was proposed back in 2020. Just to keep it high level, we would like to maintain the existing wood cedar shake that was on the building, but we are looking to see, just from a durability and sustainability perspective, if we can implement the use of composite trim on the building. With that, also composite railings and decking at the deck
Okay.
at the building. That would be the large changes that I would want to point out.
Well, what I heard there, you're going to keep the white cedar sidewall shingles, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you're proposing going from, say, painted red cedar to painted composite, correct?
For the trim of the building to composite.
Right, right.
Yep, correct.
Okay, and that's it.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr.
I'm
Chair.
sorry, just
Yes.
for
I
clarity,
did-
the decking also. The decking on the porch and deck that you'll walk on, that's changing from a wood. I think it was proposed originally as cedar.
Yeah,
And we're looking to flip that from cedar to a composite material as well, like a timber tack or something of such. It'll have the same look, but it'll be of composite material.
okay, well, no, this is composite. This is not like real wood. So I understand the cost considerations, but I'm not sure I can think of anywhere on Nantucket. I've been on plenty of boardwalks where there's composite decking, but not on Nantucket. Somebody can, tell me I'm wrong about that, but I'm not thinking of anything. Anyway, thanks for giving us the full picture. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to briefly just mention, which I did put in my staff comments, that the windows are actually being proposed as STL Anderson, and this is in the heart of the OHD. I think that's something that you all should take into consideration. Thank you,
And
Mr. Chair.
Holly, do you recall, were Anderson's part of the approved package before?
That I don't recall
Right.
during COVID days.
All right, well, thank you, Holly. Are we ready for the board now? Board comments?
Mr. Chair, can I go just because I reviewed it for consentability?
Sure, Stephen, yes.
Great. Can we jump up to the first set of elevations?
He said first set of elevations. I did have to just jump up.
Is that 9?
Well,
Nope.
wait, page.
There you go.
Yeah, that
That's
one.
what I'm getting. 9
Page 10.
is the first.
Yeah. Okay, great. So look, the concepts here for me are FEMA height. We understand the design flood elevation is something that's got to be wrestled with. I wanted to get some feedback through you, Mr. Chair. Jonathan, the horizontal boards, are those access panels on the foundation level?
At this elevation on the top, the south elevation, those
No,
are not.
the bottom.
Those are not.
elevations?
So on the north facing elevation at the bottom, where the porch is where we would have accessible doors to get underneath the building.
Okay, so what do the horizontal boards denote? Is that access or no?
Those are access.
Okay, I think I just asked that. I want to be clear. So vertical are permanently affixed and the horizontal are access?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so I don't have a concern with that because the form, in a sense, follows the function. In terms of at least vocabulary, you understand they have a different purpose. People aren't walking around looking at the building looking to open up access panels that don't exist because they all look the same.
Right.
The cladding at where you have vertical board, I wasn't certain of the detail. Is that going to be a shiplap, a V groove, tongue and groove V groove, or is that going to be finished square four sides?
Referring to the skirting that is at the covering
Yeah.
the structural piers.
There and around the building, wherever that detail is replicated.
Yeah, so on the vertical component, that was intended to be a composite trim, slats, so that would be open between the slats. On the bottom level, that shutter style would also have composite, but it would be the wood look that matches the decking that we were proposing to use, the horizontal portion.
And the verticals, what's the spacing anticipated there?
So I believe that the slat was 5 inches, and we'd also have a 5-inch spacing between them.
Okay, so that's what I was a little concerned about. So on the verticals, my concern is, well, I believe it would be appropriate to go with a 5-inch nominal 4.25 or so actual or thereabouts. I'm not as concerned about the width if it's 5 or under. However, I think a 1/4 inch space between the slats is appropriate. On to the next set of elevation. Oh, can we go to the next one? I just want to flip to that quick, the prior. Anyone? No. You know what? I'm sorry. Go up 2 sheets. No, yeah, we jumped down. Keep going. Yeah, one more. Okay, thank you. Okay, yep. Nothing on the prior existing. Go down 1 sheet, please. Go down 1 sheet, please.
Are you hearing him? Okay.
Who's
I-
running?
I'm not sharing the screen on my end. I believe
I
Fiona
thought he
Johnson
was.
is.
Okay.
Yeah, Stephen, it's hard for us to hear you. So Fiona couldn't hear you say that.
He wants to go to the next sheet.
No, down, please. Go to sheet number 10, please. Okay, and then Jonathan,
Number 10.
perfect. The lattice material on the south elevation what is that meant to conceal?
So that's to conceal the exterior mechanical units and the electrical meters that we have on that side. The only thing we did there from the previous design was just raise the lattice work a little higher in order, obviously, to account the floor level change.
And that is primarily hidden from the street due to, in part, the obtuse angle, but in part, the jog in the building?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Can we go to the next sheet, please? Number 11, thank you. Okay, and then number 12. Jonathan, is it my imagination or on the west elevation, this is the gable on the right-hand side that you see the roof. It's got the small 2, 4, 6, 8 light window. That is not the one you would see from the east. It occurred to me that the ridge was a different height, but maybe I misunderstood.
So the west elevation is the street facing side. So to the very right of that elevation, behind that is where the that jog that you're referencing, where the mechanical units are that are being screened.
Okay, and then from the east, it appears that that ridge is now on the left side, or is it a separate gable that protrudes? Because if it's the same, then I need to look at the roof plan, but you can answer.
Yeah, that may be a drawing discrepancy because it
Yeah.
is lower than the tower, not higher than the tower on that bottom elevation.
Yeah. Okay, so Yeah, that was what struck me as odd.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a drawing discrepancy. It would be the top one.
Okay, so other than those comments, I mean, I understand the panelization. You've got one indicating it's horizontal and it helps to indicate access. The slat distance separation was important in order that this looks appropriate. And then on the windows, if we go with Anderson, which frankly on a commercial building like this, I'm not as concerned with. I do think, and I understand it's a vinyl window, but I believe it should have a full body paint because a full body paint is going to create some lines and a little bit of panache that is going to differentiate it from looking like it's something that came out of a factory mold.
Okay.
I understand that that type of a paint will adhere and hold better, obviously, because it's not wood that's taking on moisture. So those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Stephen, thank you. Who's next?
I can go. If you want.
Okay, Abby.
Just thinking of the project globally, I wish things were a little more consistent, like the roof pitches and the windows. Specifically on the south elevation, where you have 6/12s and they're ganged windows, I think those should be just 6/6s, not so vertical and unganged. And then the 3 windows sort of mimic that same pane size, so that you don't have all these different window configurations.
Good.
So I was concerned about the width of the vertical boards, as Stephen was pointing out. They look very thin. But also to keep on the foundation, it's going to be pretty visible as you drive down Washington Street. So more consistency, I mean, jumping from vertical board to trellises to sort of, it looks like Venetian, I don't know what those slats are, the horizontal slats. Could you just come up with one sort of material or design and then keep that throughout? So there's a little more consistency on the foundation as people driving by are going to mostly see that first floor. So even though it's not, it's not the best place to have an aesthetic, it's going to be very visible. So those are my initial thoughts. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Abby. Who's next?
I'm happy to go.
All right, Angus.
So if we go to page 9, that is what was approved. Looking at the north elevation, the proportions of the dormer, that main dormer with the 3 ganged windows, that's much more in line with our guidelines. But then when you jump to page 10, all of a sudden there's a lot more space underneath the sills. So there's more shingle space, and the roof is dramatically shallower. Now, I think I've understood that there are some height changes that have happened with this, but I'm trying to figure out how that affected, because when I look at the profile, it looks very similar in both the before and after, but the front on view from north in the north elevation is different. So I guess that's sort of a question. Why is that? And can we get rid of the amount of shingle space that's on either side of the windows? Was approved, but not in addition to what's, all that shingle below the windows. So can I pose that to the applicant through the chair, please?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So because you are correct, there is a difference there in terms of the spacing at the bottom of those windows, and that was because we had to raise the first floor elevation, so we were dealing with the minimum clearances we could get for ceiling height on both floor levels. So with that, we did have to massage the roof pitch on that main roof, which in turn um, uh, had effect on that shed dormer that was coming out. We that was an effort to maintain the existing footprint that we had on the second floor. If we were to bring that up a little higher to be in line with the windows, we were to lose floor area. So that's what we were up against. So our intention was to try to maintain the floor area that we had, and was the effect of doing that.
Um, thank you for that. I'm still looking at the east elevation, the profile, and the bottom of the dormer that I'm talking that faces north is not right, within a couple of inches of the gutter, whereas it is in the north elevation. So maybe it's just a drawing
Oh.
issue.
Yeah. I mean, it's not consistent.
But I guess what I'm getting at is that there's already a lot of shingle area on the face of that, on the north face of the dormer. So it would either want to push back and or the windows would maybe get a little larger so that they come lower and there's less shingle area. And I agree with simplifying and sort of having something a little bit more uniform as far as the boarding, especially since I'm talking about the boarding um, below the first floor, just because there's so much of it. And
Okay.
I agree with Stephen's comments about the windows. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Angus. Connie?
I don't have a lot to add. I was concerned too about that north elevation. That dormer just didn't look correct. So I'm glad Angus pointed that out. I'm concerned about the composite material, and we did look, and the Anderson windows were approved, so.
Oh, they were. Okay, thanks.
Originally,
Okay,
yes.
on the previous, yeah. Okay, thanks. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have a lot. In fact, I've got nothing to add, but I want to underscore some things that were said earlier by other board members. The dormer thing needs to be reconciled. I think that if you drew it correctly, the issue that Angus points out, and I think that we all agree with, would go away. At least I'm hoping. I think Abby's point about having more consistently, just like go around with vertical boards around the entire perimeter, and just have those storage areas be just discrete so that they're not really calling to the attention to themselves. I think there's an awful lot going on in this building, as Abby pointed out, different roof pitches, et cetera. So consistency and simplification, I think, are what I would like to see.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
when you're finished, were you finished?
Oh, well, I'm wondering whether the weighted sash thing bothers me. I don't think that it does, because this is probably going to get screens over everything, but that's it for me. Stephen, yes.
Well, yeah, no, I just had a quick follow-up. Given the Andersons were previously approved, I'm not going to be asking for a heavy-bodied paint. So that's that. I also was hoping that just with respect, I understand the comments about the dormer. I don't disagree, but before I comment on that, can we go to the east-west elevation proposed, which is, I believe, 2 sheets down, so sheet 12.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Number 12.
I like the whale.
Okay. So on the upper sheet, the panels, the horizontal panels on the left would be visible. And then can we go back to the other, through you, Mr. Chair, to Jonathan, the panels on the lowest sheet that are horizontal face the water, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then can we go back to sheet number 10? I just want to make sure with respect to visibility, the panels on the horizontal panels on the left of the lower elevation are viewable not from the street, correct?
Correct. If I may recommend, page 15 has a colored version of this that may be beneficial to look at.
Okay. And then that was the other thing I wanted to comment. I think this is me, I'm not lobbying, but I would suggest that other than the entry stair, that none of the skirting, including skirting that is dual purpose access panels, would be white. I think
Okay.
it should be the composite material. If we go with the composite, and it should be, a wood look. My only concern with that is if it's not a pressure treated wood, the composite material is a material that is not going to weather and look natural. It's always going to look, or for most of its useful life, will look like it's a wood, and the rest of the building is going to turn gray. And I think it's going to be a very odd mix. I just wanted to present those follow-up comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. That was one point that I wanted to make, which is I'm assuming that all the skirt boarding, including the stuff that's horizontal, if it's composite, would be painted gray. It seems to be in the renderings, but what was your intention?
So the intention for the vertical boards was to be white to match the trim on the building that we were proposing being composite. The horizontal access skirting that you're seeing below the porch on that bottom elevation, that was intended to be the wood look composite decking.
I see. All right.
Which
okay.
there is an image of that on page 19.
Yeah, I see that. So, to Stephen's point, I'm not sure that the wood look is consistent with Abby's comment about trying to simplify this whole thing.
Okay.
And Stephen's point about it not weathering the same way. And also, I don't think, now that you've mentioned it, that a white vertical board painted skirt around this building is also not going to gain a lot of support. Generally, those skirts are painted gray so that they kind of disappear and don't call attention to themselves. So with that, it sounds like we must.
Brad, can I make a point?
Yeah, sure.
It's just a thought, and I don't know what the board thinks, but I'm willing to make a motion to hold for revisions,
Yeah.
but this is such an important building and there's so much going on. Sometimes when it's a big building with a high profile, we get together with somebody and really knock this thing so it's consistent with building with Nantucket in mind, because there's so many things here that seem a little off. And I was just wondering if sort of a meeting might help pull this together.
Oh, do you mean like us? Like-
Yeah, like when we looked at the
Yeah, the airport.
our island home.
Yeah, right.
But I don't know if we're there. I'm willing to make a motion to hope for
Yeah,
revisions.
let's start with that. And if it's looking not good, maybe we'll consider that as an option, because I agree. Okay, so Abby's motion is to hold for revisions. On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Stephen?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Thank you. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to new business at 526. Two items of which we have one at 5 New Street. Oh, that is you.
That is me now. Yeah, I've been on leave for medical reasons, but I'll be back soon at work. But this is from my house, so I'm
Okay.
here for it.
Hang on one second here. I'm gonna get your board together for you.
So your alternate, Mr. Chair, is Joe this time around.
It's Joe. Is that what you just said?
Yes, it's Joe.
Joe. Okay, Joe, yep.
I'm here and ready.
All right, great. Okay, 5, you. 6.
Okay,
Yeah.
you ready to go? I'll try to keep this quick. So this structure is at 5 New Street. To give people a little bit of context, if you want to look at the screen, here's Orange Street here coming down. This is New Street and then Warren Street behind it. This is the old Murray's Toggery warehouse that I'm sure everybody's been to and bought clothes that have had mildew on them and stuff, but washed them and they've turned out great in the end, great deals, but that's not happening anymore. I've worked with Holly. We've compiled all of the historic information from the building. To the best of our knowledge, the footprint of this building dates back to possibly 1930, but this shows it at 1952, which is a different building than the building there that's now. And still back in 1968, it was a much smaller building without this side shed shed massing. I'll show you in a second because it relates to what I want to do. I've included a ton of photos of the building in the application. It's a very simple, kind of quite charming, awesome proportion building that I'm happy to work with. It's going to be a ceramic studio for my wife, and other uses as well. And so here's an aerial photo that I just dropped in. If you guys want to look at this, this kind of gives you a really good sense. This is my current house right now that I live in. They were nice enough to let me landscape behind it years ago when I did my renovation. That this is the property line actually to that property goes like that. So it's sort of odd. There is this side mass, that shed roof, that is not original to the historic portion of the building. It was added sometime in the late 60s, early 70s, we think. And so I am proposing to remove that mass to make it easier for me to do the renovation and then put it back in a very similar way, but conforming outside of the setback lines. So here's the site plan. This is the site of that building. Here's the site plan. There's not many changes. The parking is still going to remain on Warren Street there. You can see from the roof plan that this is the existing building that is remaining. The side shed goes like this right now, flush to the New Street side. I'm proposing to pull it back a few feet and pull it in a few feet again to make it conforming in the setbacks and a little easier to build when I do the foundation. So the front of the building is not changed by that much. I'm proposing to get rid of these doors here, leave the doors in the middle. I'm adding a 4-light window there, and I'm adding this sort of louvered shutter thing that Holly loves. She'll read her comments. The chimney that I've added is for the vent for my wife's kiln from her studio. Holly doesn't love that either. I can get rid of that and vent out the side. I don't need the chimney in the end. I am, however, proposing on the west elevation a very sizable bank of glass doors because there's no light in the space at all, and you kind of want light. And I have a photo that shows that as you come down the street, I just took this today, I will sign in blood that I will hedge this thing off and make sure you can't see doors at all from the street, because they are just incredibly important, because otherwise there's, again, no windows in the space. I'm trying to do the best I can to work with the historic structure. And I am then adding another door here, but I'm doing the same sort of board shiplap on that door as well to give it kind of that older look. Then on the side, this side, you can't see it all because it butts right up to another house. All I've done is, again, made this mass shorter, added a few 4-light windows. Again, I'll get rid of the chimney. And then on the back side, I think it's important that I dashed in. This is my office that exists now that will cover that. You will never see that. And then I've just added this sort of inset mass entry there, and then this sliding barn door as well. It is gray trim. I have proposed simulated divided light because it is my understanding, as I ride around the old historic district, that every single home that's renovated has simulated divided light windows, not except on the front elevation of their building. And since none of the windows, I have no windows on the front elevation of this building, I went and did all triple track storms and single pane on my house when I did it, which I regret because they're not great. They're not good. So I'm very confused by what the rules are in town because I see a ton of simulated divided lights everywhere on historic buildings. So I put that on the application because I thought that's what everybody's doing now. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thanks, Andrew. What's your manufacturer on the windows?
I was going to make custom windows.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Andrew? Or are we good?
Did I say it's gray trim too, just to match?
You did.
It's gray.
I have a question.
Yes.
In the north elevation, the sliding barn door, what's behind there?
A big piece of glass.
Is it matching the same picture
It's
window to
matching
the
that
right?
Angus, yeah. Yep. Which I thought was kind of quirky. I've walked every street in town the past few months because that's what my life is right now. And there are so many quirky buildings that have these big sheets of glass that I thought it was kind of barn-like and sort of an odd element in the old historic district that I thought was charming in a way.
Thank you.
I have a question. This is Joe speaking.
Yeah. Joe.
I think I know the answer, but the ridge height's not changing, right? I was just confused by the red all over the roof, and I think that's just a material change.
Yeah,
but I just
sorry,
wanted
Joe.
to-
That's just because I'm going to a wood roof. The mass stays exactly the same. And
Okay.
the foundation
All right.
exposure stays exactly the same. It'll be 6 inches to 12 inches all the way around, and I'll parge it. Right now, there is no foundation. It's just plywood and a couple sticks holding it up.
Okay.
Okay. And if there's no more questions, we can, yes.
Loading. Let me look at the screen that we have here. What is the elevation that we can see from the street?
It's this Abby you'll see from the street perfectly. You'll see this from the street as you drive down.
And that's the one that if you open the doors, it would be another,
It will be glass behind it. Yep.
like, and is it divided at all?
Divided
or is
light,
it-
all divided.
I think
light.
your mic's off, Abby. Sorry.
All divided like glass. And
Thank
then you
you,
will
Joe.
also see this elevate. You will see this from the street as well.
Yeah.
So I can go to the photos.
Well, okay. So both of those sliding doors have the big glass panes behind them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So that was your question?
That's my question.
Yeah.
Which is not all that different than what they have right now. It's all glass. The Murray's building, when you open those doors, it's all glass. Same thing.
Good to know.
And what is the size of the pane? Like,
It
is
will look like,
like a,
it'll look just like that. Just like I have on my house next door,
Like
like
a-
most of the houses have on the street.
like a foot by 18 or something, or is it like?
Smaller than that.
Yeah, small. I would say like 10 by 14. probably.
Okay, got it.
Okay, are we ready to begin?
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to mention for full disclosure, this structure was actually built by my great grandfather, Richard Corkish.
No
It was
kidding.
his shop before he actually sold it to the Murray.
Ah.
And that was when that lean-to was added on, and I just wanted to thank Andrew for being a proposed good steward of this structure.
Well, I am going to ask you if I can cut the building in two and I need to lift it and move it, but that's after you give me an approval. Because there's nowhere to go.
Thank you for indulging my comment there, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Who would like to begin?
I could go. This is Joe speaking.
All right, Joe.
I think that well, there's definitely some quirky elements on here, which I don't think is inherently a bad thing. Overall, I feel like there's a lot of restraint. I think that this still feels like a shop. In fact, it's going to be a studio or a warehouse building. It doesn't read as a house, even though it looks like it has some living spaces in it. And so overall, I appreciate the minimal fenestration. And yeah, there's moments of larger glass elements, but it looks like one will be at least concealed behind an existing building. So you may catch glimpses of it, but that's not unusual. I understand Holly's comment about the chimney. I I don't know that the chimney makes it read like a house. It's to me, it still reads like a warehouse or a shop. So I'm okay with it. The vent, I wouldn't be upset if the vent went away and became a little floor light or something. But overall, I think it's appropriate despite the amount of glass in places. And to speak to the windows, we definitely have approved SDLs, wood windows with a historic mutton profile, and there's the manufacturers, and I think that's appropriate here too. I'd hate to see storm windows on these things. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, Joe, thank you. Who's
I'll
next?
go.
Stephen.
I think it's appropriate. I agree with the comments Joe made, particularly the door, the multi-light door. It reminds me of, can't remember the name of the structure, but it's at the very tippy top of Academy Lane near off of Westminster Street. And it's just kind of a delight. You walk around the corner and you see it. It's actually, interestingly enough, I believe it is on a mid-level bump out. It's not quite second story. It's not quite first story. But in any event, those are my comments. Thank you.
What was that, Stephen?
Yep.
You good?
Yeah, you didn't hear any of that?
Yeah,
I
we heard
did.
it. He said
I
he's
just didn't
good.
hear the very last thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just didn't know if the mic was queuing out on me or something. Okay, yeah, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. Let's see, Abby, Angus.
Sure, I can go.
Yeah.
I agree with its appropriateness. The visibility of where most of the glass is going to be is extremely limited, especially after the hedge goes in on the north side. And I think that it's been made clear that the windows that there really isn't a lot of light here. So my guess is that north, even though it's north, rolling barn door is going to be open a lot. But I think that this is reading more authentically as a workshop as opposed to a residence, which makes it more palatable, and that it's more of a commercial kind of space workshop. As far as the chimney goes, the size of it doesn't seem to jibe with the use.
I'm going to get rid of the chimney. I'm going to
Well, no, I just wanted to say that there have been plenty of workshops that I'm familiar with that have just had a stovepipe or a very minimal,
Can I do
enough
a
for a
pipe?
stove.
Wow.
What did you just say?
I would do a pipe with a tie back if we.
That there was actually a project called Flat Top in Sconset
Yeah.
that had that. So it
Okay, look
it
it
has gone through before, but I think that would read more appropriately.
Love it.
Like it was at a time where it needed it for the heat, but it wasn't like a chimney. And those are my comments. Thanks.
Yeah, it's on New Street in Sconset.
Yeah.
How ironic.
Yeah. Abby, your turn.
Oh, so, yes, I'm good with this. My main concern was what the chimney looked like. But, anything for art and this does read as a studio, so.
I'm going to hold you to that one. Good?
Good.
All right. Andrew, so I kind of like the stovepipe idea myself.
Love it.
You need something, right?
I
mean,
do.
if you
I mean, I'd
if
rather
you're going to get
go
rid of
up
the
than
chimney,
direct
you
vent
can't.
out. Yeah, it's for a kiln. I need it. Yeah.
Right.
Stovepipe.
I love that
Okay, it
idea
sounds
too.
like it sounds like people are receptive to the idea. We do have that one out in Sconset. It's like the stovepipe is completely appropriate to the building. A
Okay.
chimney would not look right. So looks like we might be able to craft a motion on this one, folks.
I heard Exhibit A.
Okay, yeah, and I'm going to assume, Stephen, that the Exhibit A would just simply substitute the chimney for a stovepipe.
I believe that's Angus's Exhibit A, isn't it?
I think you heard that right, Stephen.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Can I ask a question on the logistics here? I don't know if it's HEC's purview, Holly, we've talked about this before on other projects. Can I cut the building in half and move it and then bring it back? Like, you don't care if I do that, right? Because I have nowhere to go with it. But there's a lot up the street I can put it on.
Is this just to get the foundation in
Yeah.
there?
Yeah,
Why don't you
otherwise-
just lift it up?
because the shoring, it's so tight. Like, I want the option to do that. And I don't want HTC to find me or whatever. I'd like possibly that writing it in.
Yeah. What do you think?
Well, to the point of not having enough space, your firm did do a good job of a project on Fair Street recently where you didn't have any room whatsoever in that sixth
Oh,
fair.
yeah.
And that bungalow went up without any room, so it can be done.
It's
Just to that
money.
point.
It's hundreds of thousands of dollars of money
Yeah.
that I'm trying to
So you
save.
have to do the shoring on all the sides.
I'm trying to avoid shoring as much as I can, which is why I'm doing a crawl space on part of it, but I just want
Mr.
that
Chair?
option without having to come back.
Mr. Chair, there was a project that I think Workshop did
We panelized it.
on Cabot Lane that was exactly that panelized system,
Yeah.
but there was detailed plans to that effect.
Yeah.
You mean we approved plans?
We
that showed
approved
was
it. Holly,
cut?
we worked with Holly to panelize it and we put it back. Holly, maybe we just work on that because that might be
Yeah.
an option too.
Mr.
got it.
Chair?
Stephen, please.
Yeah, just if I can, I would support having the move off panelization, move off reconstruction as a separate application, given just simply the level of involvement in it. I don't have a concern with that project occurring, given the past practice that Andrew was involved in and the success of it. So just to put that out there.
Well, okay, so the operative phrase there was separate application, correct?
Yeah.
Hey, don't worry about it. Come on.
I don't even mind expediting it if you don't.
I don't.
It's fine.
But how about, let's keep this simple for now. You're about to get an approval for this
Okay.
design with a stovepipe as an Exhibit A. And I believe that was Stephen's motion.
Angus Exhibit A.
Or
Well, your motion is to have Angus drop the Exhibit A, is that?
The stovepipe.
Hey, it works for me.
I'll do and bring it in. Or I can't.
I'm fine with that. too.
Okay, all right. So on Stephen's motion to have Angus draw up an Exhibit A, Abby,
aye.
Angus,
Aye.
you weren't going to vote nay on that? Joe,
Aye.
Stephen,
Thank you. Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay. And just come back to us with some, just a little something we can approve, just so we know, memorialize how you're going to go about it. Thank you. All right, 35 Maury. Oh, sauna.
Stop.
Okay. Let's see, Carrie, you around?
So this one, I'm not sure.
Yep.
We were up for new business and then it got taken down because the abutters list was confusing.
Oh.
So it got put back up. So we've already been up once with the board of Stephen, Ray, Abby, Val, and Angus. And I don't know if it makes sense to keep with that one or if you want.
can't, because Val's not here.
Oh, she's not online?
No.
Oh.
Yes, so it was removed because there was no butters list, so I had to have, she signed back up after she submitted the
Well,
butters.
but listen, you have almost the same board.
Yeah.
But so Carrie is going to be the Val Oliver substitute. All
I'm
right.
honored.
Okay.
Okay,
Donna.
so if you go to sheet A2 on, yeah, that one, up to the one they were just on. Other way. Yeah, you can see that we, there was no changes to the north elevation. Basically, this is the cottage that we had a demo of the existing cottage and this is the new version of it. And, the comments from the board last time was that there wasn't really any comments on the north because that is non-visible. The porch deck, the second floor deck that is facing hedgerow, it was asked that it be a little more integrated into the roof line. So we took the roof line and kind of made it more of a salt box and created a pass-through underneath the deck so that there's a shingled wall underneath the deck because the vertical board with the door was not well liked. And we're okay with that. So we do not have ground cover. That's why that shed that was underneath the porch was going to be an unconditioned space. And so now it's a complete pass through. So it's open on both sides of the west and east elevation. We understand that's a little non-typical. The clients did drive around today and see something else that they thought they might like, which is to do an open porch underneath. And I can bring this around if that helps.
Yeah, why don't you, Shauna?
More of an open porch underneath, and then this would be open with the.
Right.
So, and I think the clients are leaning more in that direction instead of the full shingled wall that's kind of floating there.
Okay.
So.
All right, great. I think we
Okay.
all get it, right?
Okay, yeah, and we did bring in, because the second floor did extend all the way to the sides, we brought it in 3 feet from either side to make it smaller.
Right, okay. For the dormers, you mean?
For the entire second floor deck, like
the deck.
yeah,
Yeah, okay.
the dormers were always in.
All right.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Carrie, go.
The picture that I think she showed you, I cannot see, obviously.
Yeah.
Is it more of a typical porch roof that's attached
So-
rather than the salt box form?
No.
Oh.
Okay, so the salt box is maintained. The difference is that rather than have a wall,
Mm-hmm.
see, when you're looking at the south elevation, the current drawings, the ones you're looking at, show a wall. Well,
Yes.
behind that wall is basically a porch.
Open space.
Open.
Yeah.
And
Hence.
so this just has posts coming down and you can see the windows beyond, it reads more
Yes.
like a porch.
I see. Okay.
Everybody understand that and what she's proposing instead of this or as an alternate?
I wonder the detail of that because I think this exists on some older buildings on Nantucket, but to have like 1 or 2 shingle rows below the fascia at that porch. So it's got a heavy line. I can't bring one to mind, but I'm just thinking because it is a roof coming down of the I don't know, I'm not describing this very well.
Like a shingled wall.
Well, not a shingled wall, but just like a row or 2 of shingles at the top of the porch below. So where you would have your porch beam, it would be a couple of shingles along that line. Does
As
anyone?
opposed to a beam?
Well, yeah, as opposed to a beam. It's like the shingles are just sort of, it's a funny detail, but I can't think of where it is on Nantucket, but maybe it's not appropriate. But because of this salt box and because it's not a typical porch, you might not have a typical porch beam, but it might just be a bit of that wall up top. I'm having a hard time describing it. Sorry.
Can I make a comment?
It sounds like an old shingle style. Yes,
We'd be
Shauna.
happy to go back to the original, like the non-salt box, and just make it a smaller porch with the smaller hoop deck with the porch below. And not go on to the salt box. The salt box was really because the board had asked for it to become integrated more into the roof line.
I'm gonna see what the board has to say about all of this. Is there anyone who would care to begin the discussion?
I could go.
All right, great.
I like the proposed that you brought in. there with the salt box and just the windows, no boards in front. But Mike, oh, so you did bring in the, I was just gonna suggest you bring in that second floor balcony so that it only was, the size of that shed dormer on the south, but you already did that. Yeah, so, I'm okay with what you proposed here, at the, whatever that one's.
The one that's at the table.
Yeah, the open, yeah, without the boards and just showing the first floor windows.
Okay.
Thanks.
You mean without the shingles, the ones that Carrie was talking about?
No, just simple.
As drawn?
Yeah.
Okay. I wish there was a way of getting this to Stephen and, you did? Oh, you did?
nice. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's high tech. So who's next? Oh. Is he gone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
All right,
Connie.
back up. Yeah, Connie,
I'm happy to go.
yeah.
So I keep coming back to the main house, and it's interesting because this is on the corner um, of Maury and Hedgerow, and they present differently, but I don't feel like the guest house is responding to either. The Maury side, has the clipped gable and sort of sweeping roof, and I felt like the salt box was a good attempt at that, and also bringing the eave down. But the shed dormer is a departure from the main house, and the picture window is a departure. And proportionally for the size of the structure, it's a very large deck facing the street, which it flies in the face of building with Nantucket in mind and Wisconsin in mind, but it's uh, it's hard to fight it too much because there are two decks on the house that face the street, but the size of the decks in relation to the overall mass is much more scaled back. So um, I guess what I'm getting at is, as maybe I was the only one who was suggesting putting this on the back side, the north side instead of the front side, because I think that sorts out all those details anyway. But bringing the eave down with this with the salt box shape, I think helps. But I think the upper part, the dormer and door and so forth, need to relate more to the house as opposed to the that large hip. I mean shed dormer. So an overall reduction of the dormer and some different kind of fenestration than the 8 light picture um, is what I would be looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Angus. So let's see, Carrie.
I tend to agree with Angus here. I also wonder if just instead of an open railing on that second floor deck, having, a parapet wall or whatever you call it, a shingled wall to really bury it into the roof. As a salt box, you get that depth. So maybe that will help mitigate the porchiness of it all. The second floor deck of it all. I mean, the porch is fine, but the second floor deck thing, since it is facing the street. But that's all I've got. Thanks.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Connie.
I like Carrie's suggestion about the parapet shingling that deck, because the deck is what's bothering me also. And I am okay with the picture, the revision, as opposed to the pass through.
Say that again.
I'm okay with.
Oh, okay, with the,
Yeah, this rendition as opposed to what's demonstrated here.
yeah,
Thank
okay.
you.
Okay, so,
Can I interject one thing?
not yet,
Okay.
because I haven't gone.
Okay.
So the idea of flipping the house, here's my view on that. The north elevation would then be facing Maury. And if I had a choice, I'd rather be looking at the lower eave, which is the one that I see on the porch side. So I think that as it scales back from the street, or, this is presenting to the street, having this single story eave, albeit with a deck cut into it, I would rather see than the sort of flush dormers flat face of the north side. That's my view. And I also do definitely prefer the posts that you presented at a table over the shingled wall, which I think is going to read as artificial because you're going to see that it's open on both sides from somewhere, undoubtedly. So that's where I am, but it sounds like we don't have consensus for, yeah, Abby, go.
That F window that you have on the south.
Yes.
Does that show up anywhere or is that just sort of random?
It does not, it's not anything we have on the main house.
Okay.
So, it is the same size as two double hung windows.
Mm.
So it's the exact same size. It just, that's where the kitchen sink is gonna be, and instead of looking right into between two windows,
Right.
that was kind of the purpose of kind of creating a little more light there.
Yeah, so I just, somebody else brought that up and I wasn't really looking at it, but I would prefer to see a double hung window or something, a little more sconce, that seeing that this is right on the street than the 8 light, whatever that is, picture window.
It's an 8 light.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't think that we have consensus on what to do necessarily, but Son, I think it's gonna be your job to do, we're gonna need to see some revisions on this, right?
I'll make that
folks?
motion.
Okay, and, you'll just have to read through the minutes and figure out.
Yeah, we just don't, I mean, to shingle it, that's the view. And then if you're sitting up there, you can't see, and it is on hedgerow and there is only,
Oh, I
5
mean, the
houses.
shingled parapet,
well, if we shingle instead of the railing on the second floor, if that's shingled,
got it.
then, if you're sitting there, you can't see the ocean. There's only 5 houses that drive down that street. It is a dead end street. So there's not too many people that are going to be seeing it because from Maury Lane, it's all the way in the back of the property. Like you would have to turn onto Hedge
I
Road.
don't imagine you have the ability to do 3Ds.
Maybe 3-foot returns on either end and have the middle open.
Well, sorry, what was that, Carrie?
She's talking about this sort of hybrid where you have parapet wall coming around, and then you have the middle of it open
Oh, okay.
with rail.
Yeah.
Thanks, Carrie. That's,
Yeah.
yeah,
So that's my motion.
possibility. So, yeah, the motion on the table is to hold for revisions. On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Thanks. Bye.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Elizabeth O'Rourke is here for 59 Baxter from Consent with Condition.
Oh, okay. So,
If you wanted to take that now or.
Elizabeth, this is Lisa's project, right? Okay, so I'd have to recuse, and it's up to you guys.
What do
Do you know what we're
we-
talking about?
59.
Okay, so someone, I forget whom, right now pulled number 6 on consent with conditions off of consent with conditions to put on the regular agenda. This is 59 Baxter Road Pool Hardscape. So it's up to you guys if you want to go back to that. I need to recuse.
Yeah, I mean, it was before all the other stuff because it was on consent. So, I think it makes sense to do it sooner than later, especially since the applicant's here.
Okay, thanks. I'm gonna.
So,
Side.
so I'll chair it, and the board will be Abby, myself, Stephen, and,
I think Stephen's up there right now,
oh, shoot, we lost him.
but you have
So
Joe.
we've got Joe and,
maybe
where are
Martina,
we
but-
in the count?
Connie
Connie and Carrie.
definitely needs to be. Connie and
Connie and Joe?
Connie and Joe. Oh, yeah, you do need all of them. Never mind. Connie, Joe, and Carrie,
Uh,
right?
I think that would make 6 of us.
No.
You need us.
Then never mind.
Abby,
all.
Angus, and the three of us.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Everybody.
yeah,
Everybody.
yeah.
1, 2,
Oh,
3,
right,
4,
there,
5.
there are just 2 up there and 3 of us. Okay.
Stephen's got. And Val.
I'm with you. All right. Does anyone have a, well, please go ahead with your presentation. Thanks. Oh, condition.
It's not in there.
It's under consent with conditions on your,
Not.
Here.
yeah.
Oh, so if you,
Oh,
it's not.
it should be.
Oh, not there. So,
Okay.
Oh, it might be under
It's
here.
still under, because this was just done
Yeah.
today, so it's still under the, 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
6-9.
Yes. Oops.
That's fine. They don't move them like that. Forgot. They don't move them over anymore. Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, and then just go into 6-9.
is everyone finding it?
It's having a. You already have access to it? Do you have access to it? Oh, sorry. Duh.
Please go ahead.
Okay,
Thank you.
so it's, as the application states, an application for a swimming pool. We placed it, tucked between the two buildings, and then we proposed to have fencing to ensure that you can't see it at any time, even in the winter. And that's about it.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
I do.
Go ahead, Carrie.
Thank you. On the bluff walk side, the fence sort of stops in the hedge. The hedge returns, it looks like, and there's a big tree there. But why doesn't the fence continue around the corner as well? Because that would really guarantee no visibility.
Well,
Like turn to the cottage. I
okay,
mean,
should I answer? Or?
yes, please. Sorry, I interrupted.
Yes, please go ahead.
So Carrie, the planting that's along the bluff is very thick. It's like a thick viburnum hedge. And we
Mhm.
wanted to add more trees to that corner because people stop. It's like one of those places where they take pictures of the ocean at that corner. So we
Mhm.
really wanted to reinforce the planting there. We do want to have the water view, obviously, for the cottage that you've approved. We could return the fencing to the corner of the deck and, gate that if that was what the board wanted to do, but I don't think you'd be able to see the pool at all, because we have a double hedge and we have the solid fence, plus the planting at the bluff.
Right.
Does anyone else have any more questions? Or Carrie, are you good?
Yeah, I do think that return would just help because I mean, plants can be eaten by deer and whatever, blah, blah, blah. And it's just one little bit of return back to the cottage corner. You could put a gate there so it's easily accessible. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Who's next?
I can go because I had.
Go ahead,
I
Connie.
originally put it on consent with conditions. I had no concern about the visibility of the pool because it's between the two buildings, so it's well screened. But Mr. Benchley from Wisconsin did raise some concerns. And I have to agree about the fencing, like the stockade type fencing on the bluff side. I think even though it looks like there is vegetation, the concern is it looks great now, but what's it going to look like in the summer? The winter, is it going to all disappear? And we're just going to see this kind of stockade fence, which is out of character for the Bluff Walk in that area. So that was why I took it off consent. Thank you.
Who's next? We've got Joe and Abby.
I have a question based on what Connie just said. Oh,
Go ahead, Joe.
where? Yeah, where is the what's the stockade fence?
We wanted to sandwich it between plantings so that we would ensure that the pool would not be visible, but the fence would be screened by planting. So we kind of, addressing both sides of the concern up front.
Okay. And if we return it as Carrie described, you'd potentially see part of that fence. That fence gets
Or
exposed.
just a little gate. You would
Or
just see
just a
little
gate. Yeah. Okay. I guess I could go if you want, Angus.
Please go ahead, Joe. Thanks.
Yeah. This is it's interesting looking at this whole site plan, and thanks for graphically making it easy to understand. There was another pool along the bluff walk that was up that felt that previously that I think they're apples and oranges. This one here feels pretty naturally enclosed because of the buildings bookending it, but the vegetation at the street and then more vegetation and a fence and a gate interior to that. And then on the bluff walk side, you have natural vegetation plus a planted privet, and then we've got a fence and more vegetation. So I think with our caveat about lack of visibility that this is approvable. I do like just for the belts and suspenders approach. I do like Carrie's idea of returning that fence, and maybe that becomes a gate at the corner there. That feels like a natural way to complete the visual enclosure. Thanks.
Thanks, Joe. Abby.
Is there a wood fence along the bluff walk, or is that all natural hedge?
It's natural, a little wire or something, but nothing significant.
Is it no deer fencing or what do you mean by wire?
That I don't recall. There might be a little bit of wire for a dog, but there's not like a stockade fence or anything like that at the bluff. There's a little gate. And there's a lot of vegetation that these people are very concerned with, like how public, that walk is. So they really want privacy. So the viburnum hedge is pretty thick. Greg Wraith is maintaining it and is doing a really good job of it. And if anything, it'd just be enhanced further.
Yeah, I'm struggling with this just because it's going to change the not the streetscape, but the bluff walk itself, that now there's going to be more vegetation and you're not going to see the feeling of the bluff walk is that it's open and there's I don't know, it's just very friendly. This is going to, as you say, it's going to make it much more private, but it's at the same time, it's going to destroy that natural feeling that you have for the bluff walk, that it's so open. So I really can't see that this is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. So I have to agree with Abby. I'm very familiar with this stretch between the village and the lighthouse, and one of the defining characters is these vistas that go between the houses and to Baxter, between Baxter and the footpath. over the years, there has been filling in of hedges here and there, but I can't really think, except at the very beginning where Butterfly turns into Baxter, where there's an older plank fence that has a historic precedent. Holly would probably know better, um, but it's very rare, and there isn't really this hard, um, opaque structure blocking the view east-west. And you're right, this is a spot where people stop because there's a indentation, just how the path winds along. This is one of those vistas that you get to see along the shore for quite a ways. And so people do stop here more than other places along the path. And so because of that, we want to be extra careful about, how this is treated and how it's changed. With a fence, of course, you're not going to see a pool, but a fence, it doesn't look, wouldn't be appropriate here. And a hedge to hide the fence isn't going to work. In the winter, you're going to see the fence. So I think something else needs to be figured out about how, I'm sorry that your clients are faced with privacy issues. You've got Baxter on one side and a public path that's notorious and getting more and more so, all the time. So it's a tough spot to look for privacy.
But if I can answer to that, the front yard, if you look at this drawing, like we preserved a vast amount of open space. It's really, it's larger than most yards. And that's, that sense of open landscape that you so like, that's there and that's preserved. I think that fence portion is very short by all intents and purposes. And also it's not in front of the house, it's between the two houses.
Can I make a,
Um,
can
So,
I
and,
make a
and
comment?
if you preferred to have maybe a little spacing between the boards, we could do that, still, still planting it so that it read more like a garden fence.
Um, Thank you for your comments. Carrie?
Yeah, it just came to me that this is a 36-foot long pool. That's quite long, but it's also, you've got a big, long, straight line of a hedge and fence. And I wonder if the pool shrank towards the street and you create a fence that is more organic and sort of garden friendly towards the bluff walk. That way you are hiding the fact that there's a pool with a gorgeous garden in front of it, and you're hiding it with a fence in the plantings. But that way you can sort of have both. You can have your pool, albeit smaller, and your fence in a garden that is more organic to the bluff walk versus not.
Thank you for that, Carrie. What's do I hear a motion
I would hope for revisions.
on
Yeah.
your,
And if
Can
you,
I second that? I just want to make one comment.
go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. The comment was, I like Harry's idea, I think, of softening that buffer there. And I was just going to throw out an idea, and maybe it's options. The pool could rotate 90 degrees potentially, and that maybe that barrier slides back so that it's not forward of the guest house. That might help. And even though I know I said that I spoke in favor of this, and I'm not against it, I do believe that it would be softened. But hearing everybody else speak, I think it could be improved. And I just wanted to mention that to Elizabeth to consider the potential rotation of the pool. Maybe the size stays the same, but you gain garden east and west instead of north and south. I know that'd be closer to the structures, but it might give you more lawn area on the bluff side. That's it. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thanks, Joe. On your motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Abby, Connie,
Aye.
and I am an I as well. Thank you.
Let's see. Are we now on to 2 Cabot Lane? I believe so, right?
I don't remember
June 9th.
what I did.
You don't remember what you did?
It's so long. Okay, so if you want me to start,
Sure, go ahead.
met with Holly today. Did not read her comments, so I met her personally.
Nice.
Basically, there's a garage off to the right side of the house. We're removing the garage, adding a room, so it's going to be a door and a window, a little lean-to shed to that. And there was once an approved dormer on the front gable facing on the left side, and that never got built, and the homeowners want a window up in that room, so I proposed a gable dormer that you would see flush face in a Victorian style house of this period that I've seen and documented in all the buildings I measure around here. Keeping it simple. And also one of the comments was in Holly's, the side door was reading like a front door, and I did a 4-light with panels below, even though the house has 9 lights with panels below, but I think that's not correct to this style house. And the idea was it would have been, since it's 2/2 windows, you can scroll to the front elevation if you could, that it would have been a 4-light door with panel below. So then Holly said, well, what if we made a batten door? I'm like, perfect. Put a batten door there instead, and then it will read as like a side utility door right there to that little door to the right. Because the actual front door is under the porch. To the left of it's on the left side of the building. And that the far left addition was greenhouse, that's modern. And that door there is not appropriate to the style house, but it's existing. So I'm trying to go backwards. The end.
Did you say the end?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Love it that way. Let's see. Connie, do you want to be on this one?
Sure.
Because I think we're starting
Oh,
another.
one last thing, removing the second floor deck off the back of the house.
You're removing it.
Yeah, getting rid of that thing. You can see on top.
Okay, that's nice. Okay, any questions, folks?
Mm-mm.
Mr. Chair,
want-
Oh, it just occurred to me. Steven's gone, so I
you're
need
getting
somebody
two
else.
alternates.
Okay, so Connie and Carrie.
Well, I think it's a should I go?
Sure, yeah.
I think it's a net improvement, getting rid of that garage and filling it in with appropriate windows and doors. And, I don't mind the dormer. You see that sometimes peeking out there. Yeah, I think it's a good job. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Abby. Who's next?
Ditto.
That's Carrie.
Yes.
Thank you, Carrie. Who's next?
No concerns.
Go ahead.
No concerns, Connie? Angus?
Yeah, I thought that the discussion about the doors made sense, and I agree about the net improvement. Yeah.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I agree. Great house. Great improvements. Should we move this one?
Chair. I did have a recommendation as far as the TDL windows that he's gonna have. And
Which?
the TDLs, true to lights.
Yes.
For the changes.
Yeah.
If a historic determination would be beneficial with all the different codes. I didn't know if that
The
was-
windows are going to be, wood, single
Yeah.
pane, matching the rest of the house, double hung. What's
Just from a code perspective, whenever it gets reviewed with the building department, those have eventually sometimes get kicked back to staff.
Oh,
from a
well, okay,
organization
so,
perspective.
to that, I think no one at this table is not going to grant this a historic determination. And then with the historic determination, as you know, the energy code thing kind of goes away.
Yeah, the house
I
is
mean,
old.
You know, I don't think you're gonna get any argument about TDLs on this house. So wouldn't it be safe for him just to apply for a historic preservation, which we would grant, and then?
How do you do that? Isn't that, and that part of that stuff I submitted that you submitted to me?
It's a separate application from what we're reviewing.
Yay.
What?
Okay, that's fine. I don't, Holly will help me do it.
Yeah, like, I think we approved them on consent.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just don't,
Okay.
you know.
All right. So, how about a motion to approve this as submitted?
Were we gonna do something about the door, though?
Oh, were we? Sorry.
We're talking about in this,
The double doors.
the east elevation, the door number 1, the 4 light,
Yeah.
turning to a batten door with,
No, it'd just be a batten door in front of like a storm door, you know?
right,
It'd be a piece,
with no light in it, just a batten.
well, it'll probably have a little square window in it to let
Like a
natural light, so
four-light?
you can see who's coming at the door.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so that would be my motion, is to approve the submitted with a batten door that has a 4 light sash in it over number 1 in the east elevation. Is that correct?
Yeah,
That
Yeah.
sounds right.
sounds right.
Okay, so that's the motion. We could just note that down. I don't think we need an exhibit A or anything like that.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay, so Angus's motion, on Angus's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
All right.
Connie,
I,
and Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Passes. There you go. Now, when you got the next one at Bassett.
Yeah, I believe the landscape architects are online.
Oh, okay. Now, the board is going to switch here. We're going to get Joe and Connie.
I don't have the application in front of me. I don't have that person's name.
It's familiar.
Oh, he's got. So, Alexis, did you want a screen share?
Alexis has raised her hand. Alexis, you are muted.
All right.
Oh.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yep. Now we can. Thanks.
Okay, great.
Did you want
Yes,
to
I'm happy to screen share if that's easier. Just one moment. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
So this is just basically fencing. There's an existing fences on this property that we got approved in 2000. Twig Perkins got approved in, I think, 2018 or something. And they were proposing a different style gates at the driveway, as well as there's existing cattle fence around in the bushes in the back, and they're just continuing that, and then she can continue with.
Yes, thank you for your time tonight. We have a series of existing fencing, which is shown with the blue line here in the back of the property. What we're hoping to do is put up deer fencing here to protect this existing vegetation while we are in the construction phase, and also protect the family within this property. So the pink line here in the front would be new deer fencing that would remain throughout the rest of the project. The orange here would be temporary construction deer fencing that would eventually come out once the construction is complete, as we are in a sensitive area. And I'll zoom in on some imagery. There are existing gates on the property. There's 2, and there is existing fencing along Bassett here as well, but it's not tall enough to provide any sort of deer deterrence. So we're hoping to put up some 6-foot deer fencing in the front here in the pink line that will be similar to the typology that's already on the site, where you have the mesh fencing with the wood posts. And then in the temporary location, which I'll pan over in orange, will be this mesh and metal posts that will eventually come out. The gates would be temporary construction gates that would also be 6 feet tall. We would imagine these would be stainless steel. We're open to suggestions, but that is what we're asking for today.
And those are temporary construction, but at the end of construction, those
Correct.
go away.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
The orange ones.
The orange fencing, as well as these temporary construction gates that bring you into the property here and here.
Yeah, so just to be clear on this, what you've marked in orange,
Correct.
Gates and fencing temporary. What you have in pink is permanent.
Correct.
Okay, everybody get it?
I think so, but I have a question. If the pink is permanent, the blue is existing, and the orange goes away, there's a big opening.
Yes, that is true. That
You're gonna
area
think
is
like humans.
yeah. So that area is
They
also
won't notice.
yeah, yeah, it is in a sensitive area. So that is something that we want to spend some time with the clients designing for the future planning of this property. But for right now, while we're in this construction phase, we'd, like your permission to close it off, protect the material that we have while we sort through, the planting material that we're going to go forward with here, how deer resistant it can really be. But that is why it's temporary right now, is it's, in that sensitive area.
Yeah, so with the applications for a temporary fence.
Mm-hmm.
Well, but part of the application is for temporary, part of it is for permanent,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Just to be clear. Okay. I think that's all we need to know. Again, it's Abby, Angus, Connie, Carrie, myself. Who would like to begin?
This is Joe speaking.
Oh.
I don't mind beginning. I just have two things to say. I think we should do a viewing. It's a lot of fencing along the street. And since you said there's existing fencing there, and this fencing that you're proposing is taller, presumably it would be easy to see in the field what the impact might be of a taller fence. And that's the first thing. And the second thing is that even though it's interior to the property, we typically don't approve this type of fencing directly on a property line. Even though there may be adjacent properties that are providing some buffer. I don't know if that's conservation land or not, but generally they're interior. So that's all I have to say. Thanks. I have no concerns about the temporary fencing or gates. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. Do you mind if, okay. Who would like to go next?
I'm happy to start.
Angus.
Or go after Joe.
Yeah.
I think Joe brings up good points, and I think the view makes sense, and I'm okay with temporary, but I'm very familiar with an expression, there's nothing more permanent than the temporary. So I think there has to be some sort of, cutoff date where there would be a resubmission for whatever is approved. So that it doesn't go on indefinitely, like, oh, we're not quite finished with the project and it's 5 years later. And yeah, I definitely agree about fencing not being on the property line, that there's buffer room in between. Thank you.
Angus, thank you. Let's see, Abby and Carrie.
I'll go. You want me to go, Carrie?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the pink line, you call out that there's some evergreens, existing evergreens to remain. Is that all along the pink line, or are they random?
It's heavily forested. When you go to the property, Bassett Road is down below.
Mhm.
This is a old road that stops at the top of their property. The property line's the whole thing, so it's not going anywhere.
Okay. The other thing is just a comment, because I think I said this a couple of weeks ago, that somebody just put some fencing right above where I live, and the 4-inch wire fencing, and what you're suggesting is this black meshy stuff. I think the wire 4-inch metal is a lot less visible.
Mhm.
Just a
Yes, apologies. That is what we're proposing, that it is a very thin metal, the 4-inch squares.
Yeah, and is it just the galvanized metal, or is it black or green or?
Correct, but we have found that the black disappears a lot more
Yeah.
to the eye because it catches less light.
Yes.
It disappears in vegetation.
Yeah, it's just a suggestion when you get to the when you get to, wait, so the pink is proposed.
Mhm.
Pink is
the wire.
permanent,
Pink is,
Permanent.
orange is temporary.
okay,
Mhm.
all right. I've got, that's it from me. Thanks.
Okay, so it's to you, Carrie.
Yeah, I just have a problem with all these straight lines, and perimeter fencing. I don't have a problem with the fencing per se, but it's just the way they're laid out. It's just, I don't know. I think you got to bring it in. I agree with Joe in that sense. So I would rather see something a little less rigid and
Mhm.
perimeter centric, so to speak.
Okay. And, you know, in our future planning as well, you know, once the construction is underway, we're planning to plant the perimeter heavily. And as Ethan mentioned, it is already heavily vegetated. So that way the fencing really is nestled inside the landscape. Whereas I realize now in the plan, it feels maybe harsh in the lines following the perimeter, but absolutely pulling it off the property line to allow, you know, a maintenance buffer in between at the very
Okay.
least.
So I'm going to give my comment, which is sort of playing off of what Carrie just pointed out. Notice how both of your temporary construction gates are diagonally running across both of your accesses to the property. If you followed Carrie's advice, those would be perpendicular to the road or to the
Mhm.
drives. Therefore, they wouldn't need to be as wide. And it would create something that's a little bit less rigid. You know, both of them would be running essentially north-south as opposed to northwest-southeast, the way they are right
Mhm.
now. So I think what we got is we're going to view the site, check the visibility, and in the meantime, if you could do some revisions based on commissioner comments, I think that would be where we are. Somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions and a view.
That sounds great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
On Angus's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie. Nope, Joe, sorry. Joe
Aye.
and
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye, thanks.
and I'm in favor. Okay. Thank you. Next up, 10 New Lane. Sophie. Hi, Sophie. 10 New Lane. Thanks. Mm-hmm.
I lost my voice, but can you guys hear me if I go close?
My.
You can pick that up a little higher. Again.
Oh.
So this one, Connie will definitely be participating in because we have this new visual that's added. Joe, you don't have the benefit of seeing this streetscape. I don't know whether somebody could text it to him or whatever, but okay, Sophie, go ahead.
So 10 New Lane, I'm sure we all drive this multiple times a day, but it is on the opposite of side town. And if you guys look, Fiona, I can't control it, but are you able to go to the first page of the application? Just to show the locus.
I just texted you.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
I heard that.
Yeah, just the locust plan, just to orient everybody. It's a 20,000 square foot lot in R1 zoning, and there was an existing house there that you guys can see in the bottom photo there on the left, which apparently you guys approved for demolition 4 or so months ago. It was a house that it was built in the late 90s with 1/1 windows, and so what we're proposing is to place a house almost exactly in the same location as the house was before, but 12 feet back further from the road. Hopefully in keeping with what the other houses are on that street. It's kind of a mix between 3 bays, 4 bays, and gable forwards. There's kind of like a cadence to it. It's being proposed, the house that you guys approved to demo was white trim with an asphalt roof and 1/1s. This is being proposed as wood roof, all wood windows, cottage corners, and white trim. 6/1 windows, which is also in keeping with what all the neighboring houses have on this run of New Lane. It's 2,000 square feet on the ground.
Is that it, Sophie?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Hopefully we won't require you to talk too much more. Any questions for Sophie?
I have one question.
Sure.
And I hope it doesn't hurt too much to answer.
Yeah.
The width of the proposed house compared to the one that's been approved for demo.
I think this one is 14 feet wider, but I'm not entirely sure. I know it's a little bit wider than.
Thank you.
And I have a question along similar lines.
Sure, Joe. Go ahead.
I'm just looking at the locust plan and I'm looking at your site plan. Is the front of the proposed house, it looks like it might be actually a little bit further back than the existing or pretty close to where it is. It's not getting closer to the road.
Yeah, it's 12 feet further back from the road.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
So that photograph on the bottom left of this page is the existing house that's approved to be demolished or moved?
Correct.
Okay, so you're 12 feet further back than that.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Who would care to begin?
I can take a shot.
Abby, go ahead. Great.
It's a wonderful design. It's very nicely designed. What I'm having trouble with is the width of it on the site. I know there are some large houses going down New Street, but this one is going to be it's going to take up the whole width of the lot. And and the main mass is at 29 feet.
Yeah.
It's going to be quite an imposing building for New Street. So I personally would like to see it reduced in height and width. The design is fine. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Who's next?
I can go.
Great, Angus.
So, yeah, it's an attractive building, but I'm trying to just put it in context, and I'm just trying to place anything that is this kind of style along New Street. Most of the buildings are pretty simple, and most of them are E forward. The width is a concern for me. The previous house is more in keeping with the building with Nantucket in mind, with the the main house, and then the driveway goes to the side of the house to the back where there's a garage. And so with this being the full width, there isn't really a way to get the cars sort of towards the side or the back of the house. And therefore you end up with the parking lot in front of the house. And so, so for me, it's kind of the details, the rafter tails and the shutters. I appreciate the cottage corners, but again, that's just a design that isn't really prevalent on New Lane. And the roof walk, it seems rather large. I think maybe what it is it just needs to get narrower so the skirt isn't so long. But yeah, I'd rather see this telescoping back more than just sort of being this, you know, massing that really is spreading the full width of the lot. That's all for now. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Let's see, Carrie and Connie.
I'll go. I agree with the other two. It is a good looking house, but most of the neighbors on this side of the street do telescope back. Some of them are gable forward, but some of them are eave forward. And then across the street are a lot of like bungalow kind of buildings. So I just think a reduction in width, height, sort of everything. You can still have a big house, but I think you can site it better to make use of the large lot that goes back pretty deep. Thanks.
Thank you. Connie?
Nothing much else to add. I agree with my fellow commissioners. If we could reduce the height and the width, that would be recommended. And but it's very handsome design. Thank you.
Yeah. So, yeah, I agree with these comments. It's funny. What you have is like the in-town context, the Woodbury Lane stuff that's all, had to go through Woodbury Lane Homeowners Association and look like downtown. And there's New Lane curving around, and everything on the other side of New Lane now sort of respects that in-town aesthetic. No one at this table, I think, would dispute this is a very, very attractive design. It's just, I would love to see it simplified and maybe more in context with what's immediately around it. But I think that's what everyone was saying, all using slightly different words. That's it for me. It sounds like maybe we should do some revisions here, folks. Is that right?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, very good. On that motion, Abby.
Aye.
Abby? Yeah, thank you. Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Could
Thank
I
you
ask-
for
Is it
that.
too late for me to ask you guys one question?
Yeah.
On this? Would it be helpful if I can do a streetscape of that, like that nine?
Streetscapes
because-
are always hugely helpful.
Okay, because all of those
Very
houses run like lot line to lot line and they do switch between, so, okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, no, that would help you out a lot. Okay, so you're here also for Berkeley. 6 Berkeley Ave. This will be Connie and Joe. And the rest of us.
May I present? So, can I start?
You'll
Yeah, okay. So 6 Berkeley Ave is another one where you see in the bottom left the photo of a house that you approved the demolition of. This house is invisible from the road. When I went out there to meet, I couldn't find it. Actually, it has like sort of an easement through another property to get to it. So that was like a drone photo that's taken to show you guys the house, but it's completely blocked by 10 Berkeley Ave, which you can see in the site plan. So it's visible from the air. We're proposing that the new house sit like within 4 feet of where the old house was. There's sort of like a flat plateau, which is where the house would want to live. It's being proposed. It's not crazy tall. It's a little bit taller than the existing house, but it's 27 feet 8. It's 79 feet wide, 45 feet deep. Wood roof, cottage corners, solid wood windows. And like I said, completely invisible from the road. And it's not really visible from the water either. It's just, it's implying that it is there, but you could see the water, from the roof and, the upper second floor, but it's not as if even from the water, you could see it.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Sophie. Abby, Angus, Joe, Connie, and myself. Who would like to begin?
I could go since there was a moment of silence.
There we are, Joe. We were waiting on you.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a pretty house. And it seems to fit the context. I mean, there's definitely a lack of visibility. So what I'm about to say, I guess, might not have a lot of relevance. On the front elevation, just a couple things jumped out to me. The second floor ganged windows with the shutters. The overall vibe of the house, I mean, feels authentic, like it could have been built maybe in the 30s. But I think if that was the case, the shutters would match the window sizes and, actually close to cover the windows. So I question that detail on the ganged windows. Either they should go away altogether or those should get wider. And then the 3 4 lights that are in the center of this, which is really an important part of the house, I would suggest looking at some kind of different fenestration. They feel a little too ordinary. The light sizes don't match all the other panes, and it just feels like that section of the house calls for something a little more special, I guess would be the way I'd put it. Other than that, I appreciate even the house it's not a small house, but I think the sweeping lines ground this visually, and I think that's it. Just those couple of details, but I don't know that the public's gonna be affected by them as drawn. Thank you.
Okay, Joe. Thanks. Who's next?
I'm happy to go.
Angus.
Yeah, I agree with Joe's comments. I think that you could even consider pulling the windows apart in that front gable on the southeast elevation, and to be able to get the shutters on either side if that's what you want to stick with. And yeah, the same thing about the 4 lights above the door. I think the place that you're really going to see things probably more than anywhere else is the second floor. Presumably they can see the water and the water can see them. And it really is a cluster of windows that I think, work with the design, but I would probably drop the eave so that or raise the windows, but so that there wouldn't be shingles between the windows and the eave. In that, I guess it would be the back elevation northwest. And what else? Oh, just the dormer, the flanking masses on the right and left when you look at the front and back. Just the dormers are I think crowding the gable ends a little too tight. I would pull those back. Other than that, I agree. It's an attractive building and will look appropriate in this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Let's see, we got Abby left and Connie left, right?
I
Yep.
can go.
Okay,
I'm
Connie.
just gonna add to their comments, and it could be just my perception, but the roof walk looks pretty long to me. It's going from the two chimneys. I don't know if that can be brought in a little bit. And then just, what Angus and Joe have already said. Thank you.
That's it.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Abby.
Yeah, I agree with Connie about the roof walk. If you bring that in, the chimneys will really stand out more as well, give them a little more room. And I agree what Joe said about the second floor shutters not working, just being decorative, giving them a little more authenticity. But by making them actually be able to close. I'm mostly concerned about the northwest fenestration, all those triple, the triple French doors, the 5 windows, all of that. I'd like to see that pared down, see more shingle wall. I think it would be, just a little more modest. And a lot more shingles on that facing the water. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. The only thing that I think would need, first of all, you made a good case for its lack of visibility. I looked at it and I had this for review and I thought if visibility is an issue, then we need to change more. Now I see that it's going to be limited to no visibility. The only thing that might be visible is the roof walk. So I'm in favor of this being reduced in size by like 4 or 5 feet in length to distinguish it from the chimneys. The other thing that occurred to me is on our applications, so the trim is all white, right? And there's no specifics on our application right now about roof walk skirts, because I think that if we're going to accept the fact that there's a roof walk that perhaps is reduced in size, and it has white posts and a white frieze board, we'll call it, that the skirt underneath should be either natural or gray or something like that, so it doesn't really stand out on the horizon and at a distance. Although I agree with the other comments that have been made about various things, I don't think that any of that's going to be visible, and it's all sort of rhetorical. And I'm going to just ask this question for the sake of asking it. On the back elevation where you have the 5 windows, they're actually drawn lower head height than the doors on either side.
I just thought it looked nicer to like cascade them down.
Well, it's more to Angus's point of like, if they were raised up, then we wouldn't have, and if there was like a fascia underneath of that very tiny piece, then there wouldn't be as many shingles there. But again, I'm only saying that out of curiosity more than anything else. Do we want to hold this for revisions, folks? Looking for some.
I would say, yeah, minor revisions. I think we're all pretty happy with it. It's just a few little things. Yeah. So I'd make a motion for minor
Could I
revisions.
just speak to just question for you,
Yeah,
just
sure.
to clarify. So in the past, Abby and Angus have had that concern, and you guys have for the shutters, you've had us to double them up so they do cover the windows. like they construct them double deep, so they pivot and cover the full window, so it's by no means fake. They're like real double shutters. And then also on this roof walk, we've done a thing where, no part of it is white. And
Oh, well,
So-
everyone's gonna love that.
so yeah, so my question is like, there any that we could do, seeing that it's not visible, if we can tailor that speak to the concerns that you guys do have, which seem to be about 3 of them, is there any way that could be done through staff?
Well, so, could I answer a question
Yeah,
about the
yeah.
the size of the roof walk? I just think it's a very elegant design, but I think the roof walk going right up to the chimney is taking away from that. And if you gave a little more breathing room to that, I think it would read,
Oh, no, I'm saying do everything you guys say, make the roof walk smaller, make it natural to weather, do the double
sorry.
shutters, like do the
Like
trim,
Exhibit A.
as like basically everything that you guys are saying. It seems like those things, and then, Angus and Ray are talking about those windows in the back and, lessening the amount of shingles, like I can do all of that in drawing form.
Okay.
It seems like a lot to draw at the table. I mean, I think the roof deck could get, instead of 4 sections, 3 sections.
Right.
And, but I think your artistic license is, why the 5 windows ganged are where they are. But, and so I don't want to presume where the roof is going to go or where the windows are going to go. I think it'd be easier, um, if you did that.
Okay, oh, I meant through staff, not that I was
Yeah.
going to, okay.
I mean,
Understood.
how do the other board members feel?
I don't want to speak for the board because my only concern, my only real concern is the size of the roof walk. The rest I respect, the shutters, that sort of thing. But I just don't think this is going to be visible. That's my opinion.
from the water.
Yeah. Or from the land.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve as submitted with the 25% reduction in the length of the roof walk. And that would be natural to weather. And there right now graphically, there's 3 shingles above the 5 windows. So I would raise the window 1 shingle and bring the roof down 2 shingles. And that's
The shutters?
Yeah.
the shutters. I don't believe that is even possible to see, but with this motion, I would say that the existing vegetation has to be maintained, because there's a fair amount that hides this, and that we want to have that stay in place if we're going to say that this is minimally or not visible.
Okay. So, that can be handled in Exhibit A. Angus, are you comfortable with doing that? Okay. So the motion is to reduce the size of the roof walk, have it be natural, and to, on the back, also known as I can't read that, northeast?
Northwest.
Northwest. On the northwest elevation, raise the quintuple window up and bring the eave down. That will all be done. Oh, and maintain the existing vegetation. That will all be done in the form of an Exhibit A. That's Angus's motion. On Angus's motion, Abby.
I'm an I.
Okay, Angus.
Aye.
Very good. Connie,
I,
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank you guys so much.
Oh,
All right, we're on to Luke.
He's coming. I'm giving him the computer and I'm gonna bow away. Here, Luke. Luke, his hearing's kind of bad, so watch out.
You're gonna sit off this, right? I will. Yeah.
Hi.
Sorry, Carrie, Luke's coming?
Yes.
Does that mean Carrie?
Oh, oh, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Well, no, I think.
Doesn't Carrie
no,
have
no.
to sit off this?
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna do a 3-minute bio break.
Fun.
Sorry. I thought he was taking
know.
off to draft the exhibit A. Hang in there, Luke. Let's get everything up and ready to go here. Yeah. Yeah. 17 Cynthia off. Okay. And oh, they're both yeah, got it. Right. Okay.
Luke, are you there?
Is Luke broadcasting through Carrie's?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You're muted, Luke/Carrie.
Oh, Carrie. Okay.
There
can
you go.
hear me
Yeah,
now?
okay, we're on.
Oh, thank you.
All right, so Luke, Abby, Angus, me, Connie, and Joe.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Well, this is a garage studio that we're proposing next to a pretty unconventional house, but we believe that the garage configuration is pretty standard for, or pretty typical as to what's approved these days. Yeah, it's just pretty straightforward. I turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? No? How about comments?
No comments either.
Apparently not.
I can go if you want.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
I guess, sorry, I didn't respond when you said there was a question. But I guess I'll ask it while I'm making this description. The existing house eve forward, I appreciate that this is also an eve forward. This eve looks to be taller than the house. And my question was the ridge height of the house compared to this. This is only just under 24 feet. And it's hard to tell in the perspective, how it's going to look side by side. So it's a modest structure, but I think there's a couple things that make it feel a little bit tall. The shed dormer, I think, should probably come down so that it sits on the windows. I think that would help. And maybe the garage doors need to get a little bit taller. I have a slight concern about the eave height, but there's a lot of distance between these structures too. I can't read the dimension, but it looks like it might be 60 plus feet. So maybe it's not that much of a concern. It would have been really helpful to see a front elevation of the house and we'll call it a streetscape, just to see these elements side by side. So I think otherwise, I think it's overall pretty simple. If this existing house wasn't there, I think it would be absolutely fine. It just makes me a little cautious relative to the eaves on the main house. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, Joe, thanks. Who's next?
I can go.
Connie.
I had the same concerns. It does look like the difference, I have no idea. The difference in the heights has me concerned, between the garage and the main house.
Mhm.
But other than that, architecturally, it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. That leaves the two of you, I think.
So I had a question, but I could go same time.
Yeah.
So Luke, what's the, is the pitch of the garage the same as the pitch of the main house?
Oh, gosh, no.
Is the
Pitch
peak
of the main house is
of
like
the
a
garage,
512.
or the the pitch of the garage is fairly steep. The pitch on the main house are shallow pitches.
Right, yeah. Yeah, so this does look very steep to me, and it gives it a sort of a verticality that I don't think you're kind of looking for, and it doesn't seem to go with the main house. And I think the dormers are, they could be scaled back and smaller. I think they're a bit overwhelming. I know you're trying to get space out of this, but I wouldn't go as far as to, I think you're pushing the limits here with the roof pitch and the dormers. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Angus?
I agree with the verticality, especially next to the main house. They feel like very different styles, and I don't think it helps to have the garage doors are already 8 feet tall. So I mean, I feel like that's pretty high. The eave, I think, just needs to come down, and whether that's ends up as a salt box or just the whole thing comes down. But that feels high. And then the dormer, I think, could push back, whatever 6 inches so that you lose that shingle course under the windows to bring it down a little bit more. Yeah, I think just in general, bring it down, and the things that say I'm vertical, reduce or eliminate. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Yeah, so I'm feeling the same way. Like the 12 and 12 is such a dramatic departure from the ranch. Of course, we would never approve whatever the roof pitch, the 5 and 12 on the ranch. But if this went to an 11 or a 10, say, and I also like Angus's idea of on the west elevation, if it went to a salt box where you just continued the roof down so that it had a lower eave and you had a little sort of roofette over top of the garage doors, I think that would help ground the whole thing. So that's all I have to say. Should we get some minor revisions to correct these things?
So moved, hold for revisions.
Sounds good. Okay, so on your motion, Abby.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Luke, thank you.
Thank you very much.
See you next time. Ben, it's your turn. I should announce. I should announce that the application at 17 Cynthia and the one at 4 Hull are being held. No, is anybody here for those or?
No.
Okay, so we're just gonna move beyond those and now we're at 4 South Mill. You, Ben? I'm gonna
Evening,
bring
everybody.
Carrie, you're back in on this one,
I'm here.
and Joe,
Okay.
for both of them.
Great. This is a perfect picture to start at. So here we are at 4 South Mill Street.
Yeah.
We all may know this building. This was originally the Bartlett Heating and Plumbing building built by the Bartlett family, Bernie Bartlett family, I don't think the Bartlett Farm family. Maybe they're the same Bartletts. Anyway, it was built between 1924 and 1949 per Sanborn. We're not exactly sure. I suspect probably the 30s. It was soon after that, there was a 16-foot addition put on the back of it that is in the same roof line extension of it. So it became quite a bit longer. We don't know the exact date of that, but the framing and there's a foundation wall internally, and the roof sags quite a bit at that. So very interesting building. Been in commercial use since its construction in a very residential area. Hill Construction was run out of there. Sweeney Construction's run out of there currently, as well as a number of other commercial uses. But it is going to be converted into a residential structure. So we are taking a historic building and repurposing it. We're not changing the roof lines. We're not adding any additions to it. So it's really fenestration changes and trying to kind of turn it from its very stark or humble current situation into an attractive building. So and that fits in with the historic setting. So I've read Holly's comments. So Holly, thank you very much. I think some of them are there's questions involved, and I'm happy to answer any of those. But I think the drawings speak for themselves as far as what the proposal is. I will note the visibility. You know, I spent some time up there today, and I kind of knew this already, but what elevation are we going to say here? The east elevation facing Pleasant Street. It's very hard to see that elevation. There's one location looking up the driveway of a residence on Pleasant Street that you can see portions of it, but there's no way to see it in its entirety. It's sort of a hidden elevation, not that elevation opposite side, and then the rear, the south elevation is not visible at all. That elevation. With that, I'm here to answer any questions, and I look forward to hearing your feedback.
Great. Thanks, Ben. Who did I say? Joe and Carrie. Yeah, Joe and Carrie.
This was on my consent list, Ray, just so you know. And I did not want to put it on consent. One, it's the location, and two, the change to the west elevation to me. It just was so severe that I just wasn't comfortable with it.
Well, let me make sure that I understand you properly. You weren't comfortable consenting it.
Exactly. Yep.
Right. But okay.
Yeah.
Which is not to say that you're uncomfortable with the west elevation as drawn.
Well, a little bit. Yes, I am, because I think it is going to be visible as you're coming down that street. Should I just go since we're on me?
Yeah, I think that would be good. Thanks.
Sorry, I sort of butt my way in there. So I just thought the fenestration on that west elevation, which I do believe is very visible, is almost too regularized. That right side wing, I think that fenestration is just too much. The left, yeah, but I think the formality of how this building is now turning into this sort of formal thing with this very formal front door situation, just the character of this building is going away. And yes, it's a working building, but I think you can retain some of that. It is historic.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Who's next? We have Abby, Angus, and Joe left, and me.
I could give it a stab.
Yeah.
Unless anybody wants to jump in.
Go ahead,
So,
Abby.
yes, it is a departure from the crabby old building it was. Sorry, I'm really tired of it. But so, but I don't mind this new formality. I think the triple windows, one over the other is too much, and I'm not buying this corner board separating the running right down a third of the house. I would rather just deal with the length of it than put that in. Have you thought of a bay window that could be 1/1? I don't know if that's going even more formal, but I would think about something a little more, a little more simpler. Yeah, that I think that the 3/3 windows are just too much. But thank you for salvaging the old building. And yeah, that's all I got. Thanks.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
Angus and Joe. Angus, go.
So I appreciate the reuse, and in general, I think that's a net improvement. I do believe that the front door surround in this situation is too formal. If there was that much intention with the front, I think that it would be more oriented towards the street rather than the side. The triples, I would just eliminate the center windows and keep the flanking windows. I'm not sure who's suggested getting rid of the corner board, but I think that could go away. I appreciate the symbolism of the addition, but I feel like to really emphasize it's got to be more than a board. I would either pull it out or push it in or do something, but just the board, it seems a little funny. The windows that are along that east portion, they are pretty chaotic, and there are 3 floors of windows, but the angle from the street is so tight that I don't see that as being a real issue. And I also looked from Pleasant Street to see if you could see from there. I mean, the dead of winter is probably the best time to see it, but I think that it's going to be obstructed by the neighbor and or other vegetation. So on the front, the street side, yeah, it's funny that that pyramid of windows, I think that the original south elevation is more appropriate with 4 windows, with the windows sort of aligning. So upper windows going out a little bit and maybe lower windows going in a little bit, but it does, especially since this is the street presentation, I would adjust those a little bit. And I think that's it. Thanks.
Okay, Angus, thank you. I think Joe,
Yes.
haven't heard
Yeah.
from you yet.
Yeah, I guess it's my turn. Yeah, this is interesting. I kind of wish your clients wanted to live in an industrial warehouse looking building, but on the other hand, I think seeing the change to a residence isn't inappropriate. I do like the acknowledgement of the original building and then the addition, but agree that the corner board is a little bit weak. I don't mean that as a design criticism, but just it's not enough. And what I keep spinning in my head is whether or not, if that corner board stays to the right of it where these triple windows are on the first floor, do you put do you change the wall texture there so that this reads like you've changed the fenestration on this end, not only here, but on the gable end, which faces south. And I think that there's a narrative that would work with this addition being identified by maybe having some panel, or does the sill run through and around the corner and tie all these windows together? And is there a water table, not a water table board, but a band board at the second floor line that also goes around, so that on the south elevation, that gable end, it reads maybe like a sun porch that's been infilled. But it would be I wouldn't do that on 2 stories. So I feel like the ganged windows should probably be adjusted on the second floor, both on the west and the south. But, and then I wonder on the east elevation, what happened to the corner board, because it's not acknowledged there. So if you're going to acknowledge it, I think it probably gets acknowledged on both sides of the building, and then look at how to treat this south end with trim to make it distinct from the original body of the house. And that might help to justify a departure in how you've treated the fenestration. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Joe, thank you. Boy, everything that I was concerned with has already been addressed. So I'm going to start with the north. The idea, Angus used the sort of the term pyramidal to describe the window configuration. I'd love to see that somehow not in a triangle, but more regularized, because that's going to be highly visible, as we all know. The corner board thing, I really respect the idea. Well, not only respect the idea that that's showing where the addition was put on, I think that without it, you've just got this incredibly long facade. Like, and if the triple windows change to say two windows, you'd have a 6-bay style house, which would be really super odd looking. So I was kind of looking for maybe a textural difference somehow on that back piece. Myself, agree with the stacked triple windows down there. Everything else has been said. I really like what you've done here with some minor revisions. We're going to move for some revisions on this, I'm guessing, folks.
Did somebody mention, when you were talking about textures and materials, did somebody mention doing clapboard on one side and shingle on the other?
Well, clapboard wasn't mentioned specifically, but that would be a textural difference. What I'm trying to, like, I thought about clapboard, but the clapboard would want to go on the big piece. Okay, now if it's going on the big piece, does it wrap the corner? So that's
Anyway, just
interesting
I just wanted to.
question. I mean, I wouldn't rule it out, definitely. Should we move for some revisions on this?
So moved.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Did you want to say something?
All I wanted to mention was the fact that the windows are changing. Typically, we ask for a window survey.
Oh,
But with the age of the structure, I think that would be a good recommendation.
That would be part of the motion, hold for revisions and a window survey.
Perfect. Thank you. On Angus's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Hi.
Carrie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, so we'll review this garage resite, same property.
Yep. So existing garage, I don't know the date it was built. It's not especially old. But we're gonna pick it up and move it to the back of the property and turn it into kind of a little studio type use. I know that there's concerns about the door. We're happy doing the kick panel. And there will be a more elaborate landscape plan that will come to you guys in the near future. So if for any reason you wanted to just wait for that, we're in no drastic hurry. But if it was just adding kick panels to that door, we're happy to do that as well.
Doors.
Are we talking?
Sure, if you want.
Oh, I was just gonna suggest 2 French doors and flanking windows with a little separation on either side rather than 4 panels of door.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Okay. Is that it, Carrie?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Who's next?
I'll go with Carrie's with the
Mm.
kick panels.
Okay.
I would too, and we're basically, the flanking windows would be the 6/6s that are in the gable ends proposed, and I'm so good with the location change. That's great.
Mm.
Yeah.
I agree with what's been said.
So what I'm understanding is we keep 2 of the 4 French doors, kick panels, which would turn them into 12 lights, and then take 2 of these, I can't really read what size window they are, but the ones that appear on the east and the west elevations, and put those in the space where the outermost French doors were, more or less. Is that what we're?
So moved. I mean,
Okay.
that's my
Now,
motion.
I don't want to stay on this because this will probably be an exhibit A, but first of all, does that?
I think we would be pleased to take the approval, but if as long as you aren't upset if we come back with an elaborate landscape plan and propose something similar to this with reasons for why it might be obscured or something like that.
Okay.
I don't know if that's allowable, but otherwise,
Well,
but the
do
approval.
you
would be
want
good.
us just to hold it? We can hold it.
No, we'll take the approval because
You take
it's
the
nice to
approval.
have.
Okay,
So,
it's gonna take the approval.
That's my motion. 2 French doors with a kick panel with 2 windows on either side. Anything else
Oh,
in the
and
window?
that, like, are those windows gonna be sort of centered between the corner boards and the windows being like that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right, so that's Abby's motion. On your motion, Abby?
We don't need it's not an exhibit A. It's through
Well,
school.
it can be. We just show the windows sort of centered
Okay.
and the kick panels on the doors. Okay? So on your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Now in favor. Okay.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thanks. Next up, 9 Howard. Hi. Now we're gonna do Carrie and Connie.
Hello, Michael Friedman, representing 9 Howard.
There we are. Okay, Michael, go ahead.
We're doing a little refresh, just painting, and some rot repair
Mhm.
on the house. And there's been this false facade that's been on the east side, southeast side of the house for many years. There was a renovation done before the owners that I work with own the place. And we're just asking that false facade, we're asking for permission to remove it and shingle over it. You can't see it from the road anymore. It's in disrepair, it's rotting, and not sure the homeowners, need to fix a sort of false facade on a base that really can't see anymore from the road. I'm not sure the historic value anymore of that. old door.
Okay, so it's obviously on the east that we're looking at,
Yeah.
right?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
are you
please.
okay? Thank you. Due to the age of the structure, the HDC surveys calls this is the Zacchaeus Macy second house, which was moved to the site in 1790, but it's a circa 1750. It was originally a lean-to. It's had alterations over time, but Clay Lancaster in his book, which I consider the Nantucket Architecture Bible, it's the Architecture Historic Nantucket, indicates that in 1866, the north slope of the roof was raised, making the street side of the house of 2 full stories. The Greek Revival doorway, that's exactly what this is, a Greek Revival doorway at the northeast corner. So I'm assuming that this section dates back to at least that time frame, which would actually make sense within the period of architectural history of Greek Revival being in the 1860s. So I was recommending that more info on the age of this door, and elevations would be extremely helpful, knowing that this is a, historic structure. Understanding you can't really see it, but again, I think this door, whether it's false or not, plays a big part of the architectural history of the structure. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. When you say elevations, you mean drawn up elevations?
More than photographs. In my opinion.
Got it. Okay, so architectural drawings.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, Holly, thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Is the reason this door is not visible is because of that tree?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, the hedge has grown up. Yep.
Yes, Carrie is the answer.
Okay. Thanks. What does the front door look like? The actual usable front door?
Just a plain, it's a shiplap door, which we came to maybe a year or two ago to change the color of it. But it's in the pictures. It should be represented.
That's sort of greenish.
It's a blue or aqua, yeah.
Yeah, aqua blue.
I was just wondering why this door wasn't used on the new front door
That's an interesting question.
as a compromise to keeping a historic element, but putting it somewhere that people can actually see it.
Yeah.
So Carrie, that's like what your position is on this?
Yeah,
You're
that's my
saying-
comment. That would be so cool to be able to use this piece because it is so historic. It's useless as it is. But if we're getting a new front door anyways.
Yeah.
Well, we're not looking for a new front door. We're just asking to sort of
Get rid of this one. Yeah.
Get rid of that one, yeah.
It just doesn't make sense for the house anymore. Obviously, the house has had different renditions over the years. The door did eventually move to that front position on 9 Howard facing the road in that design.
Right.
There's a staircase now right behind that false facade that goes up to the second floor. So it's unusable.
Right.
Can you show a picture of the front of the house?
Yeah.
What, Carrie?
Yeah. I just wanted to see the front here.
Yeah, and there's no pictures that show sort of how the house looked like when that original door was, built or
Functioning.
installed.
Yeah.
We were looking for those pictures, but they didn't exist.
Right.
Carrie,
I wonder, sorry, I'm going on and on, but I was just wondering if your clients would ever entertain the idea of using that trim piece on the front door.
yeah.
I could absolutely.
Hang on, let's hear from the rest of the board,
Yeah,
okay?
I'm done. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, Carrie, good. And then it's the rest of us sitting at the table right now. Who would like to go next?
I'll agree with Carrie.
Okay, Abby, thank you.
So I agree that there needs to be research on the doorway to see what the age of the doorway is and if it's original. And I think a great reuse of that would be, as Carrie suggests, to move it around to the other side. I think this predates the fire cart house, and maybe that was its front yard that was in front of, so that there was an exposure to this from Gardner. Anyway, yeah, I think we need more history and certainly documentation before any changes happen. Thank you.
Okay. Connie, I think it's to you.
Ditto.
Ditto. Okay, sounds like we want to have a little bit more research into the, into that.
Okay.
door.
Is that history included in Nantucket somewhere? And there is a place where we can look at the archives that might have that more than what's online now?
NHA,
There.
yeah.
MBT.
There, again, this is why our survey work is so important. I was just digging in NHA's library, database and looking at some architecture books, but I mean, yeah, the NHA would be the first and foremost. I do know because they own Greater Light, which is right across the
Oh,
way.
yeah.
There are quite a few photos of Greater Light, and when the sisters owned it, there's some photographs from their yard looking across the street to this building where actually this facade looks the same from the 1890s, which is about the time frame of some of the oldest photographs. But again, I think to Angus's point, there's probably some more information coming from that side on Gardner Road, looking that direction, and possibly being able to see that elevation. So yeah, I wish I had a easy answer for you, but diving into some research or finding somebody that can assist would probably be a good idea.
Okay.
Okay. So I think the motion would be to provide some additional information on the door, correct?
Yes, I understand. Even if the bush was removed or trimmed down, to be able to see that facade as it was, it would be sort of an odd juxtaposition of the two doors there, sort of looking at each other, that corner.
Agree.
Wouldn't that be odd? I don't know.
It would be, but it would also be odd if it was just shingle, right? There would be nothing there.
Yeah.
So more information, folks? Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
We'll do it. I'm interested, I guess. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it your house?
It's not. It's a client's house.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's a very cool.
It's a very
house.
cool house. It was done well. The renovation was done well.
Yeah.
Many years ago, but
It just screams, I'm really, really old and.
I mean, even the front door sort of has that as a very basic front door. I mean,
Yeah, it's
very
it's
shaker,
missing a little
shaker style, much more so. I think that front door suits that house now as it sort of looks than maybe
Yeah.
that revival in the front, but that's not, I mean, that's for me to decide. So,
No, it's true.
Okay,
okay.
our
Understood.
motion, can somebody make it official? Motion.
A motion to hold for more information.
There you go. Thank you. On Connie's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm in favor too. Thank you. We'll see you
Thank you.
next time. 26 Lincoln Street, Sconset.
Yes, they're, they're here.
Oh,
Holly.
Yeah, sorry about that. Oh.
Okay, all right. I'm Robert Anderson, representing our client, Amanda McGovern.
Bless you. Yeah. I think you did. God bless you, Carrie.
Thank you. Sorry, I thought I was muted.
Okay. It's client's hopes are twofold: to help keep the dog and kids inside, especially above the rock wall, so that nobody goes over the edge, and also to act as a buffer zone to help keep some deer away.
that's it?
Mhm.
Okay. We may have some questions for you. So the board is, where?
Joe and
Hudson.
Carrie.
What?
Sorry, Joe and Connie.
Joe and Connie.
Yes.
Any questions?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Go for it.
Well, so on the application, the fence says height 5 feet and the type white picket, and the length, I can discern that, but typically the picket is a type 2 fence that is no more than 36 inches usually. So a question is, what part of the fence is 5 feet?
Do I?
For you, yeah.
So I should have clarified that above the wall, they were hoping for 36 because they already have the height of the stone wall there. On the side off the new garage that was built, they were hoping for a 5 foot with a rounded cedar arbor there.
Oh, so the picket fence is on top of a stone wall?
Yes, it's set back in the garden bed behind it.
Where's the picture?
Don't see it.
So does that show up on any of your photographs? That
Yes.
Actually, if you look at slide 6. I think that's the wall.
This one.
Yeah. I have 9 too.
I'm sorry, who is, are you still speaking, Abby?
Uh,
You still,
No, I did have it on my consent list and I thought it was okay. And then staff pointed out that we didn't have dimensions of the picket fence, but now, you know, as Angus pointed out, the picket fences are 36 feet, 36 inches.
Yeah.
So tired.
Yeah.
And putting one on top of a stone wall seems pretty inappropriate, so now I am finished.
okay, thank you. Who's next? Joe, Angus, Connie, right?
I could go. This is Joe
Joe.
speaking. Yeah, I think it would be helpful to have a drawing of the fence. Doesn't have to be the entirety, but just a typical section, because I wasn't sure if the pickets were pointed like some of the pictures, if there's a horizontal member, and if it's 5 feet tall on top of that wall, I think that's a no go for me. I would think that instead of following the wall, that the fence moves so that it's in line with where you show the gate, so that you actually have a visual buffer from the driveway, because that house in that, I'm looking at page 6 of the 14 here, that has the that right there. So you're up, what, 6 steps, so that's at least, it's probably 3.5 feet. And I think you want to see vegetation with a fence behind it versus seeing the fence right at the end. And I don't even think that the client would, I don't think you'd want to have an 8-foot wall there if you've got a 5-foot fence on top of this. I think a 4-foot fence, 3.5 feet or 4 feet there, maybe you could get it to be taller if there was vegetation buffering it from the street. But you're really looking at a lot of it's just a harsh end to a lot of driveway space. So I think it just needs to be softened visually. Thank you.
Okay, Joe, thanks.
I'm happy to go.
Angus.
So just to echo that, yeah, at the end of this driveway, I think you want to see the wall. And then if you want something above that, it's going to want to be vegetation, and I wouldn't bother with a white painted fence. I would just put wire inside the, the double, that's the wire sandwich with the hedge bun, and just yeah, have that hidden in there. And then there could be a gate, that's sort of in between the two sides of the stair at the, connected to the hedge. But to me, a pergola, I think it said 9 feet.
Yeah.
Seemed really tall on top of the 3 feet, or 3.5 feet, whatever that wall is. So that would be like 12 feet off the driveway. That just seems too high. So I think it would be more successful to really stick with green and then do a lower gate at the top, to give access to the path to the house. And I think drawings would be helpful. Any other places where things are called for, like the 4-foot arbor. And maybe a section would be helpful, just cutting through the stair or through the wall, showing, where the fence would be and what it is exactly. So the design, the dimensions, just more specifics. Thank you.
Okay, Angus, thanks. Connie, if you could shoot.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think we just need to hold for dimensions and some drawings. I think, the 9-foot pergola is gonna be just too tall, with the gate, but I think we need just some more information.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to underscore that. So I'm looking at the photographs of the fence, which is it is a picket fence, but it's not like a type 2 picket. So we can't really use this photograph as an example of what we would approve. Ditto on the pergola. That is got a lot of ornamentation on it. I mean, this looks like it came out of, I forget what that catalog is that does the prefab stuff, but so both the pergola and the little arbor walkthrough thing, none of the details on any of those really match what we do in Nantucket. So it'd be better to get an example locally and just show us that, as opposed to these ones that I think came out of a catalog somewhere. So I think more information, right? And maybe some revisions like trying to bring down the scale of the fence, et cetera, things that have already been spoken. Is that where we are, folks?
I'll make a motion to hold for revisions and more information.
Sounds good. On that motion, Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you soon. All right. We are at 5 Martins.
Yeah.
Hi, Matt.
If I could. Good evening. Wait to become a panelist here.
Which way is the rotation going now?
Now it is, it'll be Joe and Carrie.
Joe and Carrie. There we are. Whenever you're ready, Matt.
Okay. I know it's this screensaver, just changes all. Okay, so with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin.
Yeah, please.
So this is an existing dwelling in the core district. The original structure dates, don't have an exact date, but it between 1909 and 1923, just based on the Sanborn maps, it was built probably somewhere, well, definitely somewhere between then. So what we're trying to do is do two additions, if you will, add a covered porch in the back or the side of the property, and try to do as little as possible to the existing structure. There's some existing, I don't know, you can call them oddities or anomalies with the existing elevation. I'm pulling up on the screen here. The 1/8 inch elevation just shows it's full 2 stories. I've got 2 windows, second floor, window, door, and then this bay with this oddly small window in the middle of it. So we try to do is do as little as possible to the facade, but try and just make some sense and add some balance where possible. So here's the proposed. So with the bay, the smaller window, we're hoping to change it to the same size as the 2 flanking windows. No change to the front door, no change to the window to the left. On the second floor, we're proposing to add a window and then shift the secondary window so that it aligns with the first. The other notable change is going up 1.5 stories on the section on the right. On the left side, you'll see there's a 1-story covered porch. That's towards the back of the property, so probably will be visible with some vegetation, but that's the primary changes on the street facade. As we work our way around the building, east elevation, this is the area where we're proposing new ground cover. We're close to setback, so this 1-story shed addition, the idea was that we wanted to do something that didn't compromise the existing intersecting gable roof lines, if you will. So the proposal was to do a 1-story shed addition and then add this secondary gable dormer. It's a little unorthodox, but there's a few examples that I found on island. So I thought it was a clever way of trying to keep the existing massing schematic and then also demonstrating an additive massing schematic. Those are probably the two. Again, that is also in the back of the house, which is the east elevation. So that gable dormer, while unique, I don't think it's going to be highly visible because of the density of the properties next to it and its lack of visibility. But I did just want to walk through that. We have a couple perspectives for you. One final thing, we did look at potentially adding like a porch across the front. We did find a historic image that did show a pent roof over the front door, believe it or not, with some fairly ornate brackets. If that's something that the board thought was appropriate, we could certainly look to reconstruct that as part of this proposal. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks. Questions for Matthew? Any? If not, we can go right to comments.
I do actually have a question. The age of the building.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So with between 1909 and 1923, based on Sanborn maps. So I don't have an exact date.
Okay.
Early 20th century.
I'm happy to start.
Angus, yes, go.
Okay, so I think that everything in this program can probably happen, but uh, um, the flush dormer and the flush second floor addition above the east shed roof aren't working for me. It's just out of character, and it's not really reading as additive massing. There's not enough difference with the drop in eave and being flush and so forth. So if that is set back and does something different than that, so that the existing additive massing still shows, whether it's a shed roof going back from the street or maintaining the existing shed, but something needs to happen so that that is set back from the facade. The porch addition on the west side, I think you could get the same amount of square footage if it was only one bay wide and went alongside the house more typically, rather than extending as much as it does to the west. And I will, on the east, I think you're right about limited visibility, but I feel like there's square footage that you're probably losing that could get give you more space on the front of the house by filling that in and reworking the roofs in such a way that it you're able to just step that second floor back from the facade and incorporate it in whatever is in that projecting east gable. And if there's precedent for the pent roof, I mean, it's kind of a Victorian detail that would go with the door and the bay window and all of that. If there's precedent for that and that's desired, it's probably wouldn't be a bad idea to add.
Let's see it. Sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted
Oh,
to.
thank you. Yeah, it's interesting that the middle window is short like that. I was going to say that it makes sense to do what you're doing with the proposed window to match the others in its length on the face there. But maybe part of that had to do with sort of balancing the door being off center and so I don't know, but I think that's worth considering. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, Angus, thank you. Who's next?
I can go.
Abby.
I like the idea of the pent roof coming back because right now, the bay window is overwhelming the front door, and the front door just seems like just a little here.
It's an architectural term.
Yeah. So,
The stenographer translates that one.
yeah, give it a little
Yeah.
more oomph.
Yeah.
So, other than that, I don't have a lot to say. Thank you.
Okay, Abby.
Can I ask you
Joe?
to go to the proposed? Right now, the screen is on the existing south. Oops. Oh, there's a page of all 4 of them, I think.
Yeah, getting there.
Thank you. Yeah, great. Thanks.
Are you going?
Oh, yeah. Were you asking somebody else to go, though?
No.
Okay.
Anyone.
My main issue is on the front elevation, the additive mass. There's just something odd about that little dormer. And I'd almost rather see less of a drop on the plate of the additive mass and no dormer.
Gotcha.
So maybe just have a lower plate in that one room with a lower header on the window. Just because that window seems tiny, the dormer seems silly. Then on the rear mass, I agree with everybody. Maybe you don't see it, but it is just so bizarre to have this little rocket coming out of the shed roof. And you're also blocking a window that you're creating in the dormer on the new piece. So I think I'd rather see like even a second floor shed come off of there than that. Sorry, but I don't mean to be so, whatever.
Okay.
Thanks.
That's why we're
Thank you,
here.
Carrie. Joe?
Oh, I'm next. Yeah. Thanks for including the historic photos. I definitely think bringing back that little hip roofed bracketed entry piece is important. And I think that when you think about that piece and this bay, to me, that informs maybe what happens to the porch that you're adding. Like instead of that terminating as a gable, is that a hip roof that cuts back, and maybe it softens the gesture that you've made, and it feels a little bit I don't know, the utilitarian was the word that I was going to say at the deck area, but then the columns start to feel a little Victorian, and I keep imagining it with like a half shingled wall, like the height of the sill of the bay on the front, so that it feels less like this light appendage, and maybe it gets to be more part of the building. I don't know if I'm describing that well,
Yeah.
but
That all makes sense.
I agree with Carrie's comments on the south elevation, the front, regarding that dormer. You're trying to do a lot and you're getting a small window there. And I don't disagree that if that eave went up a little bit and you had even 6 light window there that aligns with the window below it, maybe you'd actually get more glass and have a simpler roof line in that bedroom. And it would also simplify the gable end of the east elevation too, because you wouldn't be looking at the cheeks of the dormers. I'd like to go look at this to see the visibility of this dormer thing that you've drawn, and I give you credit for actually showing us what it looks like in 3D. And it's if there are examples of that, I'd be interested in seeing them. But I think studying how you could get that program in some other way. I don't know if that existing gable just runs down and that's like a salt box elevation out of which a shed dormer springs from it or something, but it just feels problematic. Quirky, and I think that's okay, but you also have a window in the side of it, so that's a tricky element. I'd love to see the chimney stay, even if it's a false chimney. I think that that definitely helps the building having its presence there. And maybe there's some of that. I'll hold on. I'll hold on that. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Joe, thank you. For me, there's really two issues, one major and one less major. The big one is changing the shed roof to the right of on the right-hand side of the front facade, because it's almost flush. It looks like it's literally set back maybe inches, not even the thickness of a corner board. So raising that up to a story and a half, the dormer is a problem, but I think even if the dormer just completely went away, it would still be a problem because it's just too massive in relation to, the main part of the mast, the 3-bay. So that's the big one. I think everybody's commented on that. And then the other one was to Angus's point about the configuration of the porch on the left-hand side of the front door, and the fact that it's projecting out off the building and not kind of like running along with the building. And then the rest of it, I think, is going to be of limited visibility, although it is quirky. Those are my comments. Thank you. So we hold this for revisions, folks?
So moved.
Okay. On Angus's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, next up, thank you, 4 C Street, Lot 13.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin.
Yeah.
So this is one of 3 lots that are on C Street. White Elephant Way is, I don't know if you recall, but it's near Lola. It's right off of South Beach Street. And as part of a planning board subdivision way back when, there's these additional 3 lots. There's, just to refamiliarize yourself with it, that there's the driveway access is in the back of the property through a private way. So there's no curb cuts on White Elephant Way or C Street, which was part of the planning board's approval. So you've obviously seen what was formerly called lots 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. And so we are here tonight to look at 4 C Street and 6 C Street, and then 2 C Street will be coming in for the next deadline. So while this is on a different street, it is part of the same grouping, if you will. And so we tried to, if you recall, we did a lot of research about the Brant Point area and used a lot of historic antecedents. None of these structures are copies of one another. They're all completely different. We tried to make them as contextual as possible, referencing as many historic precedents as we could. So, but this is on C Street, which is a different streetscape. We did have the street scanned, and we've included some of those in your packets. Now, while we're only looking at 4 right now, I did think it was important to show you the overall streetscape, which is something you had requested for White Elephant Way. And we can actually take any shot that you need or you think might be helpful. But this is obviously this C Street streetscape. Again, this is a 3D scan, so all of the buildings and trees and vegetation is exactly what's there, down to the 1/8 of an inch. The drawing below it is the opposite side of the street, just for reference, just to show you the size, scale, structures. Now, a lot of these structures that are pre-existing predate the floodplain elevation requirements. But even having said that, I think that when you look at the streetscape at the top of the page versus the bottom, scale-wise, given the fact that we have to be up roughly 4.5 feet out of the ground, they still feel contextual to me. I also just want to show the streetscape just to show you that we're looking at 4 now, which is the center one. 6 is also on the agenda tonight, and 2 will be coming before you probably the next like 2 or 3 weeks. But we did what I think was important to show you how all of these are curated in a way where we wanted them to have distinct identities, but we also wanted them to have consistent details that are found on White Elephant Way. So with that, I'll just jump right into 6. So color scheme, trim is gray, window sash is Hamilton blue, and the front door is a graphite, which is a really dark gray. We do have exposed brick on the first, on the lower level. Again, we have to elevate it because of the floodplain. Anywhere we have porches, that's just one by painted a very light gray. Massing wise, tried to demonstrate some level of additive massing, and we've got flying rakes, we've got some banding. We do have these, projecting gable brackets. I feel like the drawings are fairly self-explanatory. Again, I think the visibility towards the back of the structure is less, so it's really more about the south elevation. So in the interest of time, I look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Any questions for Matthew? That was difficult. Oh, board. My rotation,
The rotation is Connie and Carrie.
Connie and Carrie. There we are.
We also had some streetscape, not streetscapes, but perspectives from South Water, just to give you a sense of what the visibility would look like. And those telephone poles are there. If we kind of get there.
So can I go?
Yeah, please.
Because can we go back to that one you were just showing, the streetscape looking up C Street? Because what I wanted to say was Bruce Benny's building.
Yep.
Right there. It's so small. It's just 1 story, simple. I thought it was going to. I thought that house next to it. I'm just talking globally. I'm not talking about 4. I'm just because he brought up the streetscape. I was just wondering if that first house going up the street could be smaller, so it didn't just have that big jump to like the big Victorian.
Number 2?
Yeah. Yeah. So
If I could point out, that building, I felt the same way. I'm like, oh, it's like a 1-story, almost kind of like 70s style. If you look at it's actually a 2-story building. It's almost this 1-story piece that's stuck on a 2-story structure, believe it or not. So when you go by there, you can check it out.
It's where that art gallery is, right?
Yeah, it's the Lee Real Estate.
yeah, Lee's
Oh,
on
yeah,
the
yeah,
corner,
right.
and then the art gallery's on the other side.
Yeah, but it's deceiving. There is a 2-story building there.
Right. No, I was just looking at this one right here. It's
Yeah.
1 story.
But it's all connected. If you see this roof line in the upper right-hand corner, that is part of that Lee Real Estate.
All right.
Anyways, but
All right.
noted.
You understand what I was saying now.
I do.
So, anyway, going back to 4 C Street, yeah, I mean, well, I mean, it's hard to talk about just one when you're looking at 3, and how they relate, but I don't know, it's like what can you say? It looks like it's done, so I don't have anything to say.
Done as in already built. Done.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's this.
I see. It's an as-built condition.
Yes, it's a full-scale mock-up. Just for you.
I can go if
I'm happy to go if you're finished. Yeah.
No, Carrie.
Oh, go ahead, Gary.
I just think the one side of the street versus the other side of the street that you showed us is so telling. If you can find that with your new side of the street and the existing side of the street. Yeah, that one. The other side of the street, you just see everything is so simple. And then you look at the new and it's like everything is so duded up. And it reads as two completely different places. And I understand the vocabulary of the other development you did, but this is not that. This has relationship to the other side of the street. And I really hope that you can sort of take that as the language. These are all beautiful buildings. I'm not saying they're not, but I just think in this location, I think they're not being very sensitive to what is there. Scale wise, it's similar, as you said. The other side of the street is not raised up 4 feet yet. Maybe they will be someday. But I think the language of the architecture is not in keeping. Even on the same side of the street as yours, there's a simple building on the right and a very simple barn on the left. And then these three very fanciful, very detailed buildings that I think could really use a little more subtlety. Thanks.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. And Angus, did you say you were ready?
Whenever, yeah, sure.
Sure.
Yeah, I think Carrie has a good point. I mean, the first development that happened further north up Beach Street from here, introduces a lot more detail and playing off more of what you're getting more down to Brant Point and Easton Street and so forth. But this is kind of an older, simpler area, and there's no denying that these are attractive buildings, but I think it's important to be in the context. And I mean, there's probably a certain amount of gentrification that is happening systemically on the island. But I think there's some areas that there needs to be a mix of more restrained architecture. It's interesting the flavors that have changed over the decades of being involved in design on the island. It was really like, anything that was Victorian, to go ahead and tear it down. And we want really simple buildings. And I appreciate the detail and the ornateness that is coming in a lot of these designs. But I think it's got to be, throttled a little bit with the simpler architecture that is in the neighborhood. My biggest concern with number 4 was, and I looked for examples and I really couldn't find any where there was a large, the main forward facing gable, but then to have an adjacent gable that was smaller, and then this bridge in between, and then to have the faces almost flush with each other. And I really couldn't find an example of that. But as far as like the materials and the porch and the scale of the windows and having to have this up so high, I feel like you've made that work with the shingle flare and the different materials and so forth. But yeah, there were just, the massing threw me off a little bit. And I think just a mix in the streetscape, like if we said yes to one, I'm not sure that all three can sort of, be like that. That's all for now. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's see, Abby and Connie, right?
Abby, you went, right?
Well, yeah, no, I was just overwhelmed.
Okay.
That was my comment.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
All right. So we'll leave it at that.
Yeah,
All right. Connie.
For me, and what it's difficult is because they have to be, raised because of the flood. So, to look at it from that context. I do know the house on the other side of that barn, and, across from the veranda house, is that North Water?
Yes.
That's, that's a big
Yeah.
building. They just redid that and it's very nice. And I think if you contrast these to that and some of those houses along there, some of those older houses, they're pretty large and, maybe not as ornate. But they still are, still have the height. For me, I think just some, simplification would help, I think. But again, architecturally, they're very handsome buildings. And they are in context to the houses behind them. So it's difficult. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. I think Angus's point about the big gable and then the smaller gable with this link in between could all be I think that's the part of the problem in terms of it being more visually complicated than it needs to be. So I could easily see keeping the main gable forward gable with the porch on it and then just having an L E forward coming off to the side, no second gable, just an L. And following off of that, I don't think you need to have the two shingle flares. I think the one down at the bottom is fine. And then just, have it be shingled wall going up. And I really think that what I'm suggesting wouldn't really dramatically affect the interior program at all, but it would come off reading as a much simpler building, which I think right now is what is troublesome. Too many things going on. So all I have to say. So I got everybody. Should we make a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Sounds good. Okay. On Abby's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Hi.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're gonna do your 6, right?
Yep. I just want to
Okay,
say thank you for
good.
the review of the previous one.
Just so I know, is Reed around?
He's not.
He's not, okay.
Uh,
I mean, I miss him terribly. Maybe we'll get out a little earlier.
Um,
Okay, so
Stephen
number
Walsh-
6.
I'll be brief.
Stephen Walsh raised his hand.
What?
Stephen Walsh raised his hand.
Oh, he's gonna rep for Reed, I bet.
Oh, maybe.
There you go.
Here we go to 6.
I'll jump into it real quick.
Let me think. We'll switch up the board. So that would be Connie and Joe, right?
Is Stephen back?
What?
Is
Oh.
Stephen back on the board?
Steven?
I'll hang back. I'm just enjoying the show.
Oh, okay. We thought you were gonna rep for Reed.
Is he coming up soon?
No. Well, his project is, he's not though. So now we're on 6C Street and so
It's
without
Joe and Connie.
Joe and Connie, right? Okay, Matt.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've got the site plan up here. So 6, which is indicated, is the one that we're looking at. We just looked at 4, which was next to that. I'll spare you the background and I'll just go right to the front elevation. So when we looked at the overall streetscape, our plan was always to have one of the structures, be a full 2-story. Because on North Water Street, there's some taller structures. There's also the pump station that's across the street, which is a really beautiful building, and that's got a lot of, detail to it. And then also recognize that there are some simpler structures. There's also on the corner of North Water Street is a beautiful Victorian, the McNabb's property, which is great. So we recognize that those exist. And so that's why we took the approach that we did with this structure. So I'll just talk about the color scheme. So it's 2/2s with a black sash, again, gray trim, Hamilton blue door. The exposed brick foundation is painted I don't want to say black because it's not quite black. It used to be like Essex green, but that is the color scheme. And going back to the overall streetscape, so 6 is the first one. Again, so gray trim, black sash. 4 is a slightly lighter trim color with a Hamilton blue sash, and then 2 we were hoping to do white on white. So there is this variety, but the majority of these are intentionally, gray trim. I think the drawings are fairly self-explanatory, so in the interest of time, I would just turn it over to the board and just say, look forward to your comments, Mr. Chair.
I like that idea, Matt. Okay, board. We ready?
I'm happy to go.
Thanks.
So I guess you could just kind of apply the comments that I had for number 4, but again, I think the proportions with this are good. The L coming off the east side, I think works, and the dormer and so forth. The roof walk seems too wide with the straddling of the ridge. It could be probably half or 2/3 that width. I thought we had some sort of policy about them being on top of shed dormers. But also the shed dormers, I feel like, are crowding the front gable. And I think because of the sea level, the flood level that you have to pay attention to in raising it, to be 2 stories plus, the gable, and it's not the steepest roof pitch that you've proposed, but anyway, it just gets you up to a height, and the shed dormers, I think, make that more extreme than need be. And I meant to compliment the colors, color choices in the last one, and on this one, but I think just the variety makes a lot of sense. The back of this one and number 4, the balconies are, fairly large. I meant to mention that 12 pitch hip in number 4. That seemed funny. But anyway, so I think the main thing with this one is just the shed dormers up on the 3rd floor. And because it's a private way in the back of these, I'm looking at the railing that's seen in the east elevation. It's atypical, and the French doors, there are quite a few there. So I think other than that, I think you've done a great job with this one. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Who's next?
I can go. I just have something simple. The, it's just the roof walk and the dormer on that 3rd floor that I think it's just too much.
Gotcha.
Other than that, I think it's a really, really good design.
Abby, thank you.
I could go.
Joe.
I agree with what's been said. A couple thoughts that I would add to this. My initial thought was that both the dormers, the 3rd floor dormers, should come in left to right at least a foot or a foot and a half. And then I've been wondering whether or not one of the dormers goes away completely, the one towards the towards Lola, I guess. So as you look at this, the right-hand side, it's the intersection of that secondary gable mass dying into the side of the dormer, and then the windows get split on either side of it, and you're when you look down the street. I don't know if it shows up in the streetscape or not, but that just seems a little bit problematic. And the other thought I had is the porch. I wish the porch was a little bit bigger, and I've been wondering whether or not the bay should it slide all the way to the left so that it comes off the corner of the building, and maybe that helps to lengthen the porch a little bit. I'm not sure, but it's just a thought, because it feels like it adds to the verticality of the building because all the fenestration gets narrowed and the porch gets narrowed. And the question I have about it though is the intersection with the gable, especially if you have an eave overhang, and how that roof would look and all that. But just I think something to look at. And the final thing is the windows feel, the B windows somehow feel short on this elevation. I actually feel like on this facade that the B windows could get a little bit longer and diminish that shingle area between the sill of those and the flare, and maybe that would also help to visually lower the building a bit. And I agree on the roof walk size being a little bit too big. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Connie?
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add. I agree with most of what's been said. Really, I think my main concern is just, tightening up that roof walk. Thank you.
Okay.
Another handsome building.
Thank you. All right, so I share the concern about roof walk, third floor dormers. This is another thing where I'd love to see it get simplified. Like, for example, there's a pediment for the big main gable. But there's also a pediment, rather ornate pediment, over this little single window dormer. I think, it would be simpler if it didn't have the pediment. Similarly, the porch for the front door, that's all in one plane, but then there's this sort of roof articulation where the porch gets broken up so that there's emphasis on the front door. I don't see the need for that. I just think if it were just a hipped porch that tied back in with the bay, that would be fine, without that extra degree of articulation over the front door necessarily. And then for some reason, I'm just not a fan of the two shingle flares. And I'm sure that Joe is correct about the sills of the second floor windows. If they came down, it would basically make this entire building feel smaller because of the scale. Right now it's feeling tall because those windows are so small. That's all I have to say. Thank you. How about a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
Sounds good. On Angus's motion, Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank you all
Way
for
to
your
go,
time.
Matthew.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. What?
Well, we're
I
done.
think we're done.
Anyway.
Yeah, we're there.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, Reed's not here,
He's not here and
and that's it.
Yep.
What about
Done.
Ridge?
she's gonna come back next time.
Yeah, I think she was tired of waiting.
Can I make a motion to approve the minutes
That sounds great.
of May 19th and May 26th?
Okay, there's the motion. Are you still in action, Abby?
I am.
Are you able to vote on this? Keep it simple. Okay, so motion to approve the minutes of the 19th and the 26th of May on Angus's motion. Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie.
I wasn't here for those.
How about Joe then?
Aye.
All right, and I'm in favor. So those pass, and now to John McLaughlin.
Motion to adjourn. I would like to thank Stephen for all his hard work with chairing and
Yeah.
for his as a motion for chair and vice chair. And thank you for all your good work.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Stephen.
Okay, we're gonna make a motion to adjourn too, Angus?
Yes. With that, motion to adjourn.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm on favor. Thanks, everybody.
I'll be
Night,
an aye
everyone.
too.
Nighty night.
What was the new policy?